All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the March 26, 2025 meeting of the Oregon Early Learning Council. Delighted to see you all here. I hope that spring is arriving in your regions the way it is here, at least momentarily. Look quickly. And I'll ask Gabby to please call the roll.
Yeah, Chair Miller, you are here. Katie Brooks.
Here.
Peter Buckley.
Here.
Elizabeth Farrar Campbell.
Here.
Robin Hill Dunbar is excused. Dr. Peg Miller.
Here.
Subin O.
Here.
Ruby Ramirez.
Here.
And Marie Simons.
Here.
And great. And our agency directors, some of them will be joining us later today.
Awesome. Thank you, Gabby. So council, as you know from the agenda, this is our day to focus on housing all morning. We all know it's foundational for children and families' well-being. And I really appreciate the work that both Director Bell and her staff have done to put together a very comprehensive look at what are the programs that their agency is implementing and overseeing that directly affect children and families and housing opportunities. And we're fortunate that after we hear from Director Bell, and we will hear about the what is happening at OHA with some of their work with the waiver. And we're also going to hear from a private developer, thanks to Katie helping make that connection, and hear some of the challenges that are, I guess, inherent at this point in trying to do co-location of early childhood and supportive housing. So as I said earlier, we have built time into this agenda for discussion with council members. So we'll listen to the panel or the presenter, and then we will open it up for questions and comments. And I think it's always helpful to provide perspectives from your own experience in your own regions, so that we have that exchange of what's going on sort of on the ground around the state. So should be a very interesting morning. And I see that Director Bell has joined us. Good morning, Director Bell. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you to your staff for all of the support that they're providing as well. We're delighted to have you here. We appreciate your time. We know that there's a lot going on in your world, to say the least, with the legislature being one of the big pieces of that. So thank you and welcome.
Wonderful. Yes. Well, back at you. The feeling is mutual. It's always good to be in virtual community with the council.
Thanks. So we are ready to listen to your presentation, and I told the council that we've sort of set the agenda up so that we can hear your comments and learn about the programs that you're running, and then have time for a conversation with council members, if that sounds okay to you.
Yeah, wonderful.
Okay, great.
Wonderful. Well, we will dive right in. Again, good morning, everybody. For the record, Andrea Bell, the Executive Director of Oregon Housing and Community Services. It's really good to, again, continue to be with you, continue to be in partnership with you in this really important and intersectional work at a time when it's really important. And so I want to just acknowledge our gratitude to each of you, and of course, for you, Sue, all of the logistics that have given me a new appreciation for the work that you and Gabby do to be able to bring everybody together in the way that you do. I just want to note here, Chelsea Bunch from our team is here as well. So maybe before I dive in, I'll give Chelsea just a brief moment to introduce, and then we'll get to our conversation this morning.
Appreciate you, Director Bell. Good morning, everyone. Officially, happy spring. And like Sue, I also hope that you had a chance to get out and enjoy some of the sun before some of the rain comes back. Good morning. My name is Chelsea Bunch. I use she, her, hers pronouns. I'm the Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion here at Oregon Housing and Community Services, and also have the pleasure of serving as an advisor to Director Bell. And have been on this team, the Raise Up Oregon team, for, I always get it wrong, but at least years. So at the outset of the team, I have always been on this team. It is part of the most joyful bit of work that I get to do here in housing. So it's really great to be with you all and excited for the day. Thanks.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, as always, I will try to hit on, I think, some of the most important points that will be not only important for me and important for us as part of the work that we do together, but to also hit on, I think, some of the key areas of our works, those areas that are well known and some of the areas that might be less well known, but that are nonetheless important for the work that we do together to be able to support not only the production of affordable housing and housing stability, but also in a way that intersects with supporting families and youth as well. So just to take a half a step back for orientation, Oregon Housing and Community Services is the state's housing agency. So we are the state's housing finance agency. While we do not directly own or operate affordable housing, we are responsible for advancing housing production and advancing housing progress, really with the goal in the most plain terms to make life a little bit more affordable for people and make life a little bit better for people. We work across the housing continuum. And so the main areas of our work are affordable rental housing. So think about the production and the preservation of affordable housing, through home ownership with a particular focus of creating and supporting concrete pathways for renters that are to be homeowners, to actually have a pathway to become a homeowner, specifically for those that are first-time homeowners or first generation. Another area of our work is within the housing stability division, the housing stabilization division, excuse me. Think about that as the community services arm of our agency. They really focus on the administration of our work with a particular focus on housing stability. So eviction prevention efforts, quality of life efforts that help people afford rent. One of the most biggest and of course most expensive, and I think we can also acknowledge most important monthly expense that is tougher and tougher for people to keep up on, and so they really help promote interventions and invest in interventions that help keep people housed. And a lot of that is done through our local partners on the ground doing that work. And then our last division is disaster recovery and resiliency. Obviously, Oregon and a lot of our counterparts across the country have been on the receiving end of natural disasters and their impact to housing loss and housing infrastructure and quality of life. And so as part of that team's work, they really work and focus on the long-term housing recovery when housing units are lost because of natural disasters, and then also help facilitate in partnership with the governor's office and local leaders resiliency, which means preparing for the next and having an improved place of readiness from that standpoint. The main ways that we make progress possible in the most sort of consumable terms for the time that we have is through policy and through resource. So I'll start with resources because that's pretty straightforward and generally the place of prime interest, which is money. You get what you pay for, and we believe that we are on the receiving end of lack of investments in housing and other housing stability services, and that has manifested in so many ways, not only through having a constrained housing supply across the state, but also seeing that we are second in the nation for unsheltered homelessness. And across those homelessness trends, we continue to see older adults, but then also families with young children and youth continuing to experience homelessness in different forms. It's important to note that depending on where you're at in the state, homelessness looks different. The story is different. And so it is very much a effort about humanity. It's very much an effort in where our state's values and our governor's values really come through by way of investments and seeing the state as responsible for doing something about it, other than just pointing to data and statistics that are unfavorable. And when we think about policy, in its most kind of straightforward terms, the policy is really sort of the rules of the road, how we make resources work better and more flexible for people that are doing the work. Some of our most important kind of levers that we pull on across policy and resources, at least from a federal standpoint, and then I'll kind of narrow in a little bit. From a supply side, the bulk of, I would say, probably 60% of the affordable housing production that occurs in the state and across the country relies on federal resources. So in particular, what you'll hear us talk a lot about is the low-income housing tax credit, for example, and private activity bonds. I don't want to put you to sleep this morning talking about credits and bonds. I think the important thing to know is that it helps us build more housing of all types. It helps us preserve housing of all types. And importantly so, one of the unique features about Oregon in comparison to some of our other West Coast states and some of our other counterparts across the country, because the legislature has not only put more money into housing, but what's also considered to be called gap financing for projects. So gap financing is just what it sounds like when there's a financial gap that needs to be filled. We have one of the more voluminous gap resources here in Oregon, which has allowed us to bring in more federal resources. And when that doesn't happen, we have other states, for example, where even if they have federal money, they're not able to build and produce as much because they don't have the gap financing to get projects penciled out like we do in Oregon. And so the reason why I mentioned something that seems highly technocratic and maybe even a little boring is because that is where we're able to take policy and resources and actually make life better. And part of how we've made life better through a lot of the partnerships, both here and abroad across the state, is as we're in spaces like this with all of you to understand the trends, one of those being around a need for direct and specific interventions to support families and youth in terms of housing stability, is then we're able to take those policy and resources and make them favorable in a way to be responsive to the conditions that we're seeing in the market. That one of those really prime examples, which we'll talk more about, is around co-location. If you would have asked me a few years ago, would we have had our hands and resources as deep into the work that's intersectional with early learning or childhood development, I would have been excited to do so, but maybe would not have seen that on the near-hood trajectory. And we're here today as a housing agency investing in and doing that work, not only because we think it's good policy and a good resource. We also believe that as a government agency, as a housing agency, we know we're not the end all be all of everything, and we get that. We're not astute to solve every single problem. But I would assert that as being a government agency, part of our responsibility is to be foresighted about our future as a state, to understand that housing and quality of life is very much our business as a government agency. And we believe that we should be walking alongside partners. We should be walking alongside people that are struggling to get by. And people should know that their government is doing something to make their life better in specific and concrete ways, even if those ways seem boring, like low-income housing tax credits. So those are the ways through policy and resource that we come together to really facilitate a housing future for our state that is beyond 1 year or 2 years, but really thinking about how do we make a housing decade over the next 5 year and 10 years in which no individual, no community, no family is left behind. I won't pontificate too much, but I think one of the things that keeps me up at night a lot and that we think a lot about as an agency is in one of the greatest states in one of the greatest nations, the fact that we've got kids going to school and barely have a place to live is a failure. It's nothing short of that. That doesn't mean that there's not a lot of great, important work happening every day. But it means that I think for us and for me, they aren't inevitable conditions. They are not things that have to be. They're not mountains, rivers, or lakes. They're decisions, and we can make better decisions. And as a housing agency, we very much see family self-sufficiency, the future of our youth as part of our business and being able to stabilize people's housing, we think has a lot of important tertiary benefits to quality of life. The next thing that I'll maybe talk about very briefly before I get into some of the trends and successes and challenges is within our housing stabilization division. So I mentioned that we've seen a spike in the increase of homelessness of all various sorts. We've continued to learn about the experiences of students that are experiencing homelessness that then sometimes turn into youth experiencing homelessness. And then oftentimes, but not always, end up being adults experiencing homelessness. And so we very much look at it in terms of what is the trajectory and the trend, as opposed to just looking at each person and each individual categorically by their experience. We want to understand the trajectory and how we can best intervene early and often to disrupt that trend from somebody being a student experiencing homelessness to an adult experiencing homelessness. And with that prism in mind, there are a few areas of focus within housing stability that we are right in the middle of right now, and we see as part of our own trajectory over the next couple of years. The first one is we have seen the criticality in administering youth-focused resources that focus on housing stability through rent assistance. I think that's a really important distinction between services and supports. Sometimes services are needed to help promote housing stability and to help support that individual or family's needs. And then we often find where people just need the money, where people just can't pay the rent and you can't service your way out of that, at least not always. And so we have found having directing specific youth interventions have been really critical and helpful to promote youth housing stability and to help set them up to be an adult that has a life that is anchored in housing stability. And just anecdotally, I think one of the things that we have found and learned, and I'd be curious if your experience is the same, is a rising tide doesn't raise all boats. And what I mean by that, putting more money in one particular intervention doesn't mean that everybody's life is made better for it. I think oftentimes we find that not only are youth left out, but youth experiencing different types of housing stability are left out, or rural communities are left out, or communities of color. And so we're finding areas where we need very specific and surgical interventions, and then to assess the outcomes of those interventions to see if they're doing what they're not. And if they aren't, I think part of where we see ourselves as also being responsible is creating open pathways for people to give us feedback. Again, as a state agency, we play an important role, and what I hope and expect people experience from our team, and I saw Mitch just joined as well, not to put him on the spot. But what I hope people experience from us and from folks across the agency is our willingness to accept and receive feedback about when we might be getting in the way and when we need to adjust in order to do that as part of the nature of a true partnership. And then the second thing that I'll say in terms of housing stability funds is very similar to our youth interventions, is really getting our head and investments in what it means to promote family stability. We hear from a lot of partners, and I think more recently over the last year, I've heard from a lot more head of households, single head of households that have kids that are either living impossibly far from where they work just to be able to afford rent, or are able to live close to work or school, but are paying rent that they really can't afford. And we can do something about that. And so some of our key partnerships, particularly but not exclusively, with Fair Boers and his team at the Department of Human Services and Oregon Health Authority, have really helped us think about where our investments are best when they're coupled with other partners and other existing work, as opposed to operating independently. And I'll give you an example of that. For one of our youth rental assistance programs, we had this, and I don't think my team would be mad at me about it, but we had all these grand ideas of how we wanted to do it and tie it to school attendance and all these different things. And we put it together, and then we were working with some of our partners, and we had this exchange. And do you ever have a conversation with someone and you can sort of see people looking at each other and say, who's going to tell them that this is maybe not a great idea? And so they sort of said, yeah, that's great. Or you can just integrate the rental assistance to the school-based intervention that's already taking place and leave it alone. And we said, okay, fair enough. So I think those are, of course, it's anecdotal, but I point that out because I think that's a really important part of the policymaking process. A big part of the policymaking process is in ensuring that it is in tune with the reality of the people who you hope to serve with it. And I think also where the importance of streamlining things that don't manifest as weird bureaucracy that can get in the way as well. And so I think those are the ways in which I think we have by division. I have noticed that, if we work one way in one division and that works well, that we sort of need to be able to come with a fresh mind and thinking, depending on the area of work that we're doing with any one set of partners. And then the last couple things that I'll maybe mention is around successes and challenges as we look across the emerging issues. So here's what I'll maybe say is I acknowledge that obviously right now there is a lot of change that's happening in different forms and from different places. And part of where I think the opportunity and the mandate for us to be is to be anchored in our values and what we see as our responsibility to the people, all people that we serve across the state. That has always been the fabric by which we exist as a government agency, is to serve all people. And to do that with a regard for one person's story of how they envision progress, to make sure that we are anchored in a way that empowers local communities to enact their vision based on the people that they serve in that particular community. And to ensure that as we continue to push and work with the governor's office to push for more resources and make those resources available across the state, that we continue to, I think, call into attention what I think is really important, which is our communities and our economy as a state is stronger and best when people have their fundamental needs met. And we've got a lot of people struggling to get by, which means we got a lot of work in front of us to do. And there will always be variables of change that take place. And in fact, I think when you're in any position of responsibility, I'm sure each of you know that there's always going to be variables of change. And I think it's also important for you all and for our partners to know, amid the successes and challenges, the ones we know and the ones we don't know, we are anchored and have never been more anchored before. And so we will work with, anybody that cares about housing, that cares about families, that cares about the success of our state and our nation. We'll work with anybody that wants to be able to do that in real ways. And amid all of the ebbs and flows of our world, we're here and we're anchored. So we will be adaptable where we need to be, but also know that the trajectory in front of us is clear about where we need to focus on. And then in terms of successes, I think that there's a couple of things I think that are important to keep in mind. The first one is we have, over the last few years, created as a state, have invested in, and because of our partners, created more housing than we ever have in the prior 5 years than the state has ever. That's an important factual point to know. That's not to be conflated with the reality that we have a constrained supply across the state. But in terms of what the state's ability to affect and make progress on, we're building more housing today than we have, and that's a good thing, and we need to continue to do that. It also continues to be our focus to think about innovative ways, along with a lot of our partners, that we can make it easier to build as well. I think we have to be able to look at all things. We cannot, it isn't sufficient by my standard at least, and I think for others, if we continue to say that we're in a supply side crisis and we only pick and choose which things we want to change, we have to be able to sort of reassess the whole and see where adaptations need to be made. And so that's one, I think, thing that's in terms of success, that we are producing more than what we have in the past. The other thing that I'll say is in 2023, the governor established the state's first executive order on homelessness. It had 3 very clear quantitative goals that needed to be met within the 12 months related to shelter, rapid rehousing, and eviction prevention. Within that 12-month period, all 3 of those goals were exceeded. And by the end of 2025, we expect that we will continue to surpass those goals. Again, that is because of the work that happened locally between behavioral health providers, homeless service providers, culturally specific organizations. Folks came together to drum up those plans and to implement those plans. And we need to keep that work going. The bulk of that work was funded with one-time resources, and we don't want to lose that momentum. And so we need to keep that work going. And so that remains important in front of us. And then I mentioned at the top that some of our work that doesn't get as much attention, but I think is really important to note, is we have, I think for many of you probably know, the bulk of how we got out, how we would administer our supply side resources used to be through a competitive process. I think through the work of Mitch and a lot of his colleagues and leadership within affordable rental housing. We also know that because things have been a certain way, a certain process has been long held, doesn't mean that it's situated to solve today's problems. And so we were able to, I think, come together over many months with many, many partners and a lot of conversations to break down that old competitive process and to put something new in place that is aimed to help not only provide more resource and supports on the front end for people that have an idea or concept about a housing development that they want to pursue in their community, but to invest in projects closer to readiness to get things moving through the pipeline a little quicker. And so that is just one kind of a process area, but I think it's an important symbolism in terms of where we need not limit what we think government's progress can look like and how it can be. We cannot be burdened by where our pinnacle of progress or success is in the past. And so I think in terms of resources and processes, I think we're taking all of that under account to think about what's going to be most necessary and imperative to improve the housing trajectory for our state. And then in terms of challenges, I think you don't take on this work without there being some challenges across the way. And I would say it's probably tied to the success, which is change is hard. It's just hard. I think that as important as it is, I think that it is important for me to be able to convey, I think, out loud that being in a supply side crisis that is affecting people's lives and our communities and our economy as a state in so many ways requires us to be able to look at any and all things that are needed that might be up for reevaluation. And that's really, really important to do. And we've had a lot of our partners that have held in there with us as we've evolved and needed to make changes. And we'll need to continue to evolve about how we do things in order to be as prepared as we are as a state to contend with the challenges that will be in front of us. And so in many ways, I think it's a good problem to have, and evolution is important. And I think as a government agency, we're always a little bit more at risk for being behind. And so I think it is requires us, I think, to make sure that we're constantly evolving things, evaluating policies to see what works. And if they aren't solving the problems that people need to solve, if we find that there are shortcomings in them, we don't want to just keep them as is because that's comfortable and easy and nice. We want to be able to evolve as the times needed to make sure we're best equipping our partners that deliver the work locally. And then I think in terms of emerging issues, I won't pontificate too long about this, but I think, of course, a lot of the emerging issues has probably stemmed from curiosity around federal changes, some of which are real formidable changes, and some are more related to things that are being evaluated, and there isn't a formidable change that has come as of yet. And so I think what I'll just put out there for this council's visibility is all of our programs and resources, the bulk of our programs and resources that we rely on are still available. They're still present. We still have direct and pretty regular connections with the key federal partners that we have across our work, and that will and has always been really important. And as I've mentioned throughout the theme today, our focus continues to be on ensuring that we and that partners have the tools and resources in a reliable form to continue delivering on the things that are going to make good for people in real ways. And so we can't, none of us have a crystal ball to know what the next week or month or several months will look like. But one of the things that we do have is foresight in our values, and we know what drives our values and what our work needs to be by way of what the people of Oregon have made clear that they need to see us deliver on, and that will continue to be the way by which we order our steps. So, Sue, hopefully I hit at least a bit on each of the points that feel relevant for this body, and whatever I haven't hit on or inspires discussion, I'm happy to follow you in the council's lead.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrea. Great overview. I love your focus on innovation and recognizing that you need to be looking at new ways to address a very old, long-standing problem. So appreciate that. Council members, questions that you'd like to raise, comments in response to Andrea's presentation, and Katie Brooks with the Bend Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning. Thank you for that great presentation. It was really actually inspirational. Between you and the sunshine. About, you mentioned the co-location work that you're doing. What has changed? You mentioned that a few years ago, you thought this would not be a part of your conversation, your job. Can you tell me what has changed and how the department has made space for that to happen? What resources are available, incentives, and just your perception of successful that could be?
Yeah, absolutely, Katie. And no pressure when there's a small comparison to the sun, especially here in the Pacific Northwest, but I'll take it and try to rise to the challenge this morning. So here's I'll maybe start with the first part of your question, and if there's things Mitch want to add in on the more operational end, is this is probably going to be a little bit of a different response than maybe you might expect, but I have found that some of the most important parts of my job and our job, keeping a group of people energized and focused towards whatever the thing that we need to do, has had to do less with the technical and more on the abstract parts of the job, particularly in a government agency, meaning um, tending to culture and a set of values at the agency and trying to instill those regularly as part of and being integrated to our work, meaning that, in an agency of 400 plus people, we're not all the same people. We don't all think the same way. Maybe outside of work, maybe there's several things we wouldn't all agree on, and that's fine. And I think the benefit that I have is I pretty much work in a building full of people that really care about housing, and a group of leaders, both represented here, but beyond, Katie, that um, I think see the value, not just sort of in the abstract way, but I think in an operational way of being able to take in new information and adjust when you need to adjust. And so I think the co-location I often use as a really good example of that. Because it was really a lot of folks on the team that were made aware of childcare deserts and the reality that I think 30 plus of our communities are childcare deserts. Now, that's not our core expertise, is in early learning by any stretch of the imagination. But the good folks know how to help put programs together that support deals that can make room and space for that in a real and formidable way. And I'm sure you know this too. It's something really compelling when you live in a state as wonderful as this and you find out that there's so many childcare deserts. And I think it has inspired us to get curious about what that is. And then I think the other thing, Katie, is to think, what does that mean for a family? So if you are a family and you are already struggling to get by, and you either have limited childcare and or the childcare that you have, I would assume is the price of your rent or the price of a mortgage, how does that impact the day-to-day life? And so I think that was one way that I think inspired us to be able to take the best of what we know and integrate it in a way where we've done that with permanent supportive housing. We've done that with other things, which is adding other elements to the things that we do and know. And frankly, Katie, I think bringing the right partners on that can help us figure out how to pull the pieces together, which we did, which was bringing on the right partners to help think about who's already doing it and how do we do it right? What's the best use of our lane and our resources? And when do we need to get out of the way of that? And then maybe I'll see, Mitch, if there's anything operationally that you think might be important to note to Katie's question.
Well, and let me interrupt just
Sure.
one second. Hi, Mitch. Good to see you again. But the next thing on our agenda is to hear from Angie Garling about co-location.
Oh, great.
So we're really going to focus on that for
Perfect.
the next period of time. So if you don't mind, Director Bell and Mitch, maybe we'll just hold that.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, thank you. And I see Angie's here, so.
Yep. And Lizzie's actually one of our partners that helped us with co-location. So that's perfect.
Okay, great. Let's see, Marie had her hand up and now it's down.
I did, Sue. Can you all hear me okay? Yeah, okay. I did have my hand up. I had a co-location question for Director Bell as well. But I do just want to know, Director Bell, thank you in advance for taking the time to come down to the South Coast Housing Summit in a couple of weeks. We are thrilled to have you headed this way and really appreciate you coming and know it's an important step in identifying the importance of rural issues. So I'll save my question for the infrastructure.
Oh, absolutely. Marie, yeah, you and the team out there are doing it, and we're glad that we'll have some time, and you all will bound to be sick of me after the couple days that I'm spending down there. So thanks for having me and for the work you and the team are doing.
Liz.
Hi, good morning. I am from probably the most rural part of the state over in Gillum County. And so my question, in our rural sort of frontier portions of the state, what I'm seeing is a lot of municipal governments are the ones that are sort of trying to step in and figure out their housing challenges. In particular, in Condon, it's very challenging to find a developer who's willing to come out and do really small developments in really rural parts. And so one of the things that frequently comes up from my city administrators is we don't have the technical know-how to do this work, but we're the only ones who are interested in it and really paying attention in our little towns. So I'm curious if the agency is thinking about, for the rural parts of Oregon, how do we close sort of this technical know-how gap that's going on? And then attached to that, because I have a city administrator here in Condon that's actually trying to get her arms around housing. How do those sort of rural city administrators, how do they connect into your agency? They're normally not developers, but they're trying to figure out how to put all of these funding pieces and developer pieces together as really municipal leaders.
Yeah, Liz, I really, really appreciate that and all of the work that you're doing. And, just for context, for a couple of years, I was residing in the Midwest. I was in Clay Center, Kansas for a couple of years, which for not a lot of people are spending time in Clay Center, Kansas, but it's a town of about 2,800 or 3,000 people. And so I think that gave me a really good sense and appreciation of what it means to try to pull resources in and write grants and hold meetings and do all of the things that are sort of the other duties as assigned. And so I appreciate that. On a similar note, we were just having conversation with the folks out in Bonanza, Oregon about a very similar thing where there's 2 or 3 folks that are sort of running the city and I think have to be able to solve some growing and really complex needs. So there's a couple things that I would say is the first one is rural Oregon, serving rural Oregon in the context of each community. And rural Oregon is important for us, not just symbolically, but operationally. And so one of the things that I would offer is we have a technical assistance team that is available and will work directly with communities. And Liz, I think the part of that is to not have a perfectly constructed conversation in terms of having all of the details of a particular deal worked out. But I think one of the areas that I've received feedback about where they have been helpful is to get somebody on the phone and just have the conversation where we can get a good sense of the nuance of your particular community, what the needs are, recognizing that while some of the developments might not be the cathedrals of housing, how it's built and what type of housing built matters to that particular community. And so one of the resources that we can follow up is to send you the contact. And so in terms of entry point, it actually isn't particularly difficult. We'll exchange emails and get a meeting set up. And they would be happy to do that and have done that. And we've got not only some great expertise on the development side, but great expertise in rural context. It's a good thing when you can get great rural leaders and bring them to the state. So would love to be able to follow up and provide that to you as a resource today.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Awesome. Great. Just one quick question, and then we're going to move on and get Chelsea to introduce our panel. Are you as part of your innovation, are you considering other than stick-built housing, like manufactured housing that can be made a lot less expensively?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, that's great. For the last session, we received, so both in the way of manufactured and modular. So last session, we actually received, can't remember the exact resource, but we received general fund resources to spur the production capacity here in Oregon to be able to have greater capacity focused on building modular. And each of those they're considered to be more of like economic development investments, but it's really focused on building the capacity of leaders and partners here in Oregon that can produce more modular, frankly, so that we can keep those resources, those jobs, and those outputs here in Oregon. And so I can send you that too as a follow-up. So that's thing one. And then we also have a long-held manufactured housing program that really helps on the preservation of manufactured housing here in Oregon. And recognizing that a lot of them, may have been built before the 90s or 80s, and so need attention to ensure that they're not only maintain affordability, but also energy efficiency and, quality of life standards. And, depending on that particular, those particular places and who lives there and what their desires are, also to have them, perhaps be a co-op model too, depending on the desire. And then we did receive actually a commitment of resources through HUD from our federal partner, specifically for manufactured housing as well. And so I expect that as part of our growing housing continuum, it will be other what is considered alternative, but really are less alternative. They're just different housing options that people need by way of modular and manufactured housing.
Okay, great. Thank you. Exciting.
Yeah, thank you.
That you're looking at that as well. All right, let's move to then talk about co-location, since we're already talking about it. And Chelsea, I'll ask you if you would sort of lead this off and then introduce our speakers.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate being here. And Director Bell, I know you're getting ready to jump off, but just thank you so much for setting the tone for the conversation. The context is always great, and I personally just really always enjoy listening to you speak. So I appreciate you so much. Now it's panel time, and I just want to say I think it's always important. You all probably have heard me say in different spaces how much context is important for figuring out how we operate and how we move forward. So again, just grateful to Director Bell for helping us set context. And also the other part of our work is working with partners on the ground who are literally doing the work every day. So it is our nonprofit partners, it's our developer partners who actually do the work that we have the privilege to be able to support and to resource. So really excited for our panel today. We've got a couple of folks. And I'm going to allow you both to introduce yourself, but I just want to name you before we get started. Angie Garling, Senior Vice President for Early Care and Education at the Low Income Investment Fund. We are so thrilled to have you here as Director Bell and my friend Mitch. LIF has been an important partner in our co-location work. So just really grateful to have you here with us today. And really the opportunity to hear from Angie and from the team at LIF really around what are some of the effective approaches to developing affordable housing with co-located early childhood and other services. Thinking about rural approaches versus urban approaches, because those approaches are going to be very different. Just kind of harkening back to Director Bell. I love the phrase that rising tides do not always lift all boats. And so I think when we think about those different approaches, this will be an example of that, and thinking about key elements of success. So looking forward to hearing from you, Angie. We also have Nicole Stein, Director of Social Impact and Sustainability from Killian Pacific, really talking with us about what the Oregon experience is here from a developer perspective on the creation of co-location. Our developer partners are literally sticks and bricks doing the work. And so we cannot move forward unless we hear from and understand what it's like to operate in the space of sticks and bricks development. So I think friends will each have about 20 minutes or so. My job is to keep us on track. And we have until about 10:40 or so. And we want to make sure that we have some opportunity at the end just to have a little bit of discussion with the council. So Angie, my friend, I'll kick it to you first to do a bit of an introduction and kind of walk through what you want to share. And then Nicole will have you do an introduction and be able to walk through what you want to share. All right, my friend, Angie, you are up.
Great. Thank you, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. And it's great to be here. And as Andrea and Chelsea mentioned before, the Low Income Investment Fund is one of the partners in the Build Up Oregon collaborative. And we're currently, deep in work with nine developments, with 9 developers that have already identified an early care and education operator. Like one of the ones that I know many of you may have heard of or are aware of is the NAYA project that's working with the Native American population. It's got a lot of exciting different amenities offered there. So one of the things that I just wanted to emphasize is that I'm glad that you've asked to talk to us today and hear from us. But as the council and as the state of Oregon, you are already innovative in many ways. In fact, you have a co-location bill that we are actually modeling. We've modeled our bill in California after a bill that you did in Oregon to have childcare by right, permitted by right in co-development locations. So I believe it was HB 3109. So thank you for the work that you're doing. It's really, it's great. And I'm excited to tell you a little bit more. So who are we at LIF? We are a community development financial institution. And as somebody who's worked in the early care and education sector for 30 years, we're fairly unique in the field. We basically operate kind of like a nonprofit bank. Our mission is to mobilize capital and partnerships to expand access to funding for more Americans. And so we invest, we partner, we advocate that's really based on our belief that high quality, affordable housing and early care and education is key to individuals and communities' well-being. We are really like the premier CDFI nationally from like a depth and a breadth perspective invested in early care and education. We've invested over $552 million and impacting over 410,000 children by creating or preserving an equivalent number of spaces. So our strategy is really just to think about how to address the nation's gap, Oregon's gap, California's gap, in early care and education while advancing childcare as core infrastructure in communities. And we really believe that America's housing challenges and its childcare challenges are often the same. Families can't afford either one, generally. They definitely can't afford having to pay for both at the same time. And the supply of affordable housing and affordable early care and education is often very constrained. And that's one of the reasons that we think this is important to think about co-location. So we really feel like, young children are significantly influenced by the environments where they live, learn, and play, whether that's their home, their neighborhood, or their childcare arrangements. So we use 4 words that we think apply to housing as well as early care and education that it really needs to be. It needs to be affordable, adequate, available, and accessible. So one of the things that we have talked about as a team is like, what is co-location? So we really think of it as an economic development, social services, and design strategy that places a social service, could be childcare, could be healthcare, physically near housing. In this case, we're talking about childcare facilities. And for example, in my background, this is a co-located childcare program. So you can see a childcare program behind me, and behind that is actually a courtyard. So you can look up and you can see the housing all around. This is in the Mission District of San Francisco, which is a place where we've done a lot of work where I would say probably 7 of the 10 childcare programs that we finance and support are co-located with housing. So it often looks like a childcare center in the first floor of an apartment building, but it can also be a home-based childcare business, licensed family childcare, inside one of the apartments. Or it could be a childcare center intentionally constructed close to housing or another community service area. And in the resources that we provided, I definitely want to direct your attention to the report that we did on how to co-locate family childcare alongside affordable housing, because it has a lot of very specific examples, including Oregon ones, and a lot of recommendations around supportive policies that can be passed to incentivize the co-location of family childcare alongside housing. So we believe that it presents a significant opportunity to do co-location to respond to both of the crises in housing as well as childcare. It promotes healthy child development and it alleviates economic and geographic disparities. It can ensure economic growth and resilience. And then we also feel like it's a it's a climate-focused strategy. Parents aren't having to get into their cars and drive their kids other places. A lot of these community amenities can be located together. We also feel like it can be an age-friendly innovation. So especially if you're looking at like multi-generational housing, if we can design our communities for 2-year-olds and 90-year-olds, we actually are designing very good communities for everybody. But if we have like those two ages in mind, that can really help us, from just accessibility to vibrant local communities. And it's a good use of public resources. All right, so I'm going to go into some examples, some urban and some rural. And some are just located with housing, but some may not be early care and education and housing together, but wanted to give you a mix of examples. The first one is San Francisco, where Uber built its headquarters. San Francisco has a developer fee, which requires developers to either pay into a pot of money to mitigate and address the childcare need in the neighborhood, or to build their own childcare program. Uber, in this example, decided to build their own in the Mission Bay neighborhood. So a very growing area with mixed income and a lot of low-income families. So they built their childcare program, and they put out a competitive bid, and the High or Telegraph Hill Neighborhood Center won the bid. And they were selected as the on-site operator, and they operate rent-free. That was a requirement. And it's not just for the Uber employees in the corporate headquarters, it's for the families in the neighborhood. So they've designed this beautiful center in the neighborhood for families to use. And Lyft then helped with, and the city helped, we helped with a startup grant, and we helped supply some of the initial materials through the funding that we have at the city. Another example on the urban side is KU Kids Deanwood. This is in Washington, D.C. So the mayor there at the time, still Mayor Muriel Bowser, had a quality childcare initiative where she wanted to increase the number of infant toddler spaces throughout the community. And she identified a few high need districts, and she identified 3 sites in district-owned buildings to open or expand quality childcare programs. So this community center, so it's a childcare center located in a community center in a neighborhood with a lot of housing, and it has a library, a football field, a gym, a multi-purpose room. So the kids in the childcare center actually get to avail themselves of all of these other community amenities. It also provides a rent break for the operator. You can see a theme here. The director noted that one of the main attractions to the community center space is not having to pay rent, and for the community aspect of bringing families in to use some of the other amenities. So they understand, oh, look, there's a pool, there's a library, the kids can go to, a story time at the library. So the other thing that I wanted to talk about, there are some international examples. Sometimes some of these policies are not being espoused yet enough in the United States. So we have to go abroad to Europe to think about how to design spaces. So Tirana, Albania is actually one example of a place where the mayor has said, we are going to be the most kid-friendly city in Europe. And they have worked very intentionally to do traffic calming measures. So children and people with accessibility needs can more freely walk around without feeling like there's going to be smoke or smog, and it's going to be safer for them. So as we think about co-location, it's helpful to think about where children can feel comfortable. Okay, now I'm going to move on to rural, and I'm going to talk more in depth about one rural example and mention another one. So this is Rural Homes Early Childhood Initiative in Colorado. This was established to simultaneously address the housing and childcare shortages in rural Colorado, I believe starting in Telluride, where there's a service sector that's in dire need of services. It was first tested in rural homes projects. So they had ready-made homes or I don't know if the right term is manufactured homes, but ready-made homes with, these weren't just, built with a unique design, so a little bit more cost effective. And they made them available to family childcare programs using some additional design adjustments to help make it even more friendly for family childcare. So it provides them with the tools to start stable businesses within 2 of the new housing units, and it was strategically located to serve local families. And then those 2 family childcare homes were actually purchased by a partner and someone that we've worked with called Mission Driven Finance to serve as a childcare friendly landlord. And they are going to continue to be the landlord, but then eventually offer it for purchase by that family childcare provider when they are ready. The family childcare providers that eventually occupy these homes will have access to training and resources with the local childcare organization so they can grow their business. The other example, and that should be listed in our resources, if not, I can provide it to you, is an example out of Alabama in a very rural area called the Rural Homes Initiative, where they work with college students to help design and build homes that are called like income homes, whether it's a childcare home or maybe an ADU, that it basically has an additional room that you can use either as a childcare space, or you can move your elderly parent in later on. So it helps serve families throughout a generation, because in some of these more rural communities, there's less turnover of owners or of residents. Families will stay in their homes longer, so the uses of that rural facility can grow with the family over generations. There are also great examples of co-location in places like Atlanta, where a homeless shelter is co-located with a free health clinic and a childcare program. Alameda County, California, I worked on this one specifically, where a teen center is co-located with a childcare center and a health clinic. And then in New Orleans, where there's a senior center co-located with early care and education. There's many more examples like that. So I'm just going to move on and wrap up by talking about some city actions to support co-location. For example, having incentives on publicly owned land for co-location, to institute developer fees, to ensure that when you're going to build new housing or bring in new employees, that you're actually contributing to mitigate and address the childcare shortage that is being created by bringing in new employees or new residents. Supportive zoning fee policies, and then supporting the use of low-income housing tax credits, the acronym that I don't know if, I think Andrea didn't actually use the acronym, but we say LIHTC. So if you've heard LIHTC, that's what that means. That was something I had to learn too. And ensure that those projects do include childcare. Is there a way to, for example, one of the challenges that we face with co-location, and there are plenty of challenges, is that there's often an income mismatch. So if you have affordable housing that has a certain income eligibility threshold, co-located with childcare that has a different income eligibility threshold, you're creating a problem because the families can't access the childcare because they're over income, or sometimes vice versa. Those are some of the things that it would be great to address. Are there exemptions or policies that we can address to ensure that the families that live in an affordable housing development can actually use the childcare below? I also really like the example in the Coachella Valley, where they have an initiative to reduce the rent burden, but they decided that of all the new rental housing units they're going to develop, 30% of them are going to be co-located with childcare. I really like that because it's like a concrete way to say, okay, how are we building childcare that is going to be more prevalent in the community? And in this example, childcare doesn't have to be built in the development, although we've helped them design some schematics to do that. It could be located around the corner, but it could be something where the resident services folks are actually talking to the residents and saying, look, there's a childcare program around the corner. We're connected with them. You can send your children there. We also have the Local Initiative Support Coalition, another group we work closely with. They have a co-location impact calculator tool that a developer can go in or a planner can go in and put in their information and kind of come out with like, here's what it's going to save you. Here's the impact that it's going to have in the community to help make your case. All right. So the last thing I would just say is leverage your funding sources and your community partners. You need a strong a partnership with a housing developer, with architects and developers with childcare licensing expertise. A lot of times the design of the childcare is really important and you have to make sure that it's going to get licensed. And a lot of folks designing housing don't know this. I talk a lot about the tiny toilets. You have to, how are there, and you need space between your cribs. So, you guys probably all know what I'm talking about, but a housing developer and architect may not know that. So how are you bringing in the best experts to ensure that you're going to build something that's going to be licensable? And then just explore what your community needs are. Can you put a health center on the second floor, community centers, putting all of those community amenities together to best support the communities. All right, I'll turn it back over to Chelsea. Thank you so much.
Angie, thank you so much. I know there's so much, y'all. We're going to move right into Nicole, and then I promise we'll have some time at the end of the panel because I know you all have questions. Please be writing down your questions as we're so you don't lose them. And Nicole, I will kick it to you to move us into our next bit.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me all right? Great. I'm doing this out of office, so I want to make sure that I'm all set up for this. All right. Well, good morning. It's Nicole Stein here. I'm with Killian Pacific, and we are a developer, private for-profit company developer, market rate developer of commercial real estate projects across the Pacific Northwest region. We're based out of Portland, but currently have a project that I'm going to speak to in the Bend market. We're a values-driven firm, not just financial value, but looking at how do we continue to add value across the community in the ways that we are integrating our projects, in this case, a multifamily project into the sort of community connective tissue. We hold our properties for a very long time, which I think is part of the equation as to why I'm sitting at this table with you all. We tend not to sell quickly, build and sell. We are definitely in it for the long haul, which allows us to really think about how we integrate impact and the values that we have inside our projects. Those priorities that we're really looking at include sustainable and inclusive design and operations, and creative expression in terms of how we're integrating art into our properties. Let's see here. So the project that I'm speaking to you about is called Jack Straw, which is in really central Bend. It is 313 apartment units, 17,000 square feet of retail. So a very sort of, very urban feeling multifamily mixed use apartment building. It is walkable, bikeable, central location in Bend. It is, vastly speaking, focused on market rate rents. It is not an affordable housing project, and we received no public funding for what we're developing there. It is on track to complete and deliver in October of this year. So we're far along in our 2.5-year construction timeline at this point. And that's when our residents and our businesses, the retailers below on the ground floor, will start to move in. One of the kind of key elements inside this is childcare apartments. And so our teams, and this, I think Angie spoke to this. I assume maybe some other folks continue to speak to this. When I say team, it's really starting from the very onset of even considering a project and a development, are still on track to deliver two townhome style units, so ground floor units. They're 2-story, so if you can think about that in terms of how it's happening, 2 of those units with 5 floors of apartments above them. So that's the sort of setting that we're speaking to here in terms of these 2 childcare units. The goal is that they are designed to accommodate registered family childcare homes. So that is what we're aiming to put inside here, starting as soon as October of this fall. Our goal is really to provide those childcare operators who will have their independent businesses with the appropriate space to both live and work in line with the state's regulations and in line, frankly, with how we need folks to be in space with us. It's our understanding that this is the first in-home childcare of this sort in a newly developed apartment building in Oregon. And again, folks can correct me where I'm wrong here. I'm not perfectly in line with all the things you're seeing, so I'd love to gain feedback where and if I'm challenged on that. Our reason for doing this and our thinking alongside many smart folks locally in the Bend community and then across the state are that this is going to fundamentally improve access to a fundamental need for our residents. Again, those 311 other units, the neighbors adjacent to this property, and really help in a small way to tackle some of the challenges that are happening locally in Bend and frankly everywhere. So we've had a great team of sort of early advisors, Katie Brooks being one of them, to help us really kind of think strategically, critically, innovatively about how we might embed this inside the project. You know, speaking both to the sort of the workforce challenges as well as the affordability challenges, the childcare challenges, all of that, again, like you're all acutely aware of. We also have had partners along the way as we've run into snags or questions or complexities. And those are folks from DELC. So Carol Peterson has been really helpful. Amy Wybara has been helpful. We've partnered with Karen Prow at Neighbor Impact locally in order to continue to sort of check our assumptions and our understanding of how we can best, again, meet this goal and this outcome that we have for the end of the project. So the childcare apartments will be income restricted for renters earning 60% AMI, with those housing costs then capped again at 30% of their income. And again, that was in sort of collaboration and guidance with the team there around how this might best situate. We're just at the point right now of sort of starting to understand what traditional rents will look like for those, you know, for the entirety of the project, but that is what we're thinking about for these 2 units in order to help sort of solve that challenge of affordable rent for someone who is going to host a business here. Again, these are 2-level with residential living space on the 2nd floor and childcare on the ground floor. And, you know, as we were doing the design work with the architecture firm, with our own development team inside Killian Pacific, you know, it became fairly clear that it was not difficult to make a unit compliant for the sake of, again, the registered family childcare from a design and planning perspective. The building design and the way that we were looking at that was already including the features that would be needed from an egress perspective, access to outdoors, kind of visual oversight of space from multiple vantage points, parking nearby, programmable access points, you know, sort of in and out of the space. So a lot of the same amenities or needs that a typical resident would have, we could really sort of see. It wasn't super challenging for us to think about how to make sure that this was accommodating the needs of a childcare operator as well. So again, we're about 2.5 years into construction. We have managed some additional complexity related to it. And needed to find that right expertise to help make sure that we stayed on track, again, to meet this goal and ensure that there are 20 kiddos, you know, inside these units at the end of, you know, 6 to 8 months from now, really. So that design phase was really critical as we were working with our architect, really thinking about how to, again, make sure that we understood what we were looking at from a requirements perspective in order to sort of understand the needs, set the vision, which is a really critical piece that I think we as the owner hold, and make sure the team stays aligned and sort of on track to accommodate this and ensure that this is kind of front and center of thinking as these units progress through the various stages. From a construction standpoint, I'd say one of the hurdles that we really had to kind of find our way through with a lot of help was, you know, as the city of Bend and their responsibilities to ensure that this project is meeting their life safety standards, all of the things that they're, committed to making sure are happening correctly. They raised questions about the plans that we had for the in-home childcare and the occupancy designation within that apartment building project. And could we really do it with the occupancy and the way that it was cited? And so we did move through that. What we ended up ultimately being able to do after lots of kind of dialogue, good collaboration, but again, like making sure that we're holding all things important at the table, was to net out at using the live work designation for occupancy inside these units, which means that we ended up revising our building permit to the Oregon Building Code use category, section 419 of live work for these 2 units. Because the rest of the building, or the entirety of the building, really is what's called R2 occupancy. With this E category of use in an R2 occupancy, that was the solution that we came to in order to allow for, again, this live work designation of someone operating a childcare facility and living inside the unit. So that was, I think, our probably, most challenging, slightly heart-stopping moment for the team of trying to figure out how to make sure that this could carry forward. So that is, again, something that we had to move through as the owner to ensure that we revised our building permit. That's a process in and of itself, just to ensure that we're sort of staying on track there. Let's see, as we move to operations, which is really, and we're constantly thinking about the operations of what is this going to look like as we put it in motion, and as it becomes a place where people live and work. We're really turning toward that now, about 6 months out, as we make that transition to think about what is it like. So we are very close to hiring a property manager who will really kind of activate, become our leasing team, become our on the ground kind of operations team. As we've been moving through the RFP process for that, we've done a lot of kind of navigating of, what do you mean you want us to run a childcare facility out of this place? And just redirecting around, no, these are live work units. These are folks who are, going to run their business inside in this way that's amenable to the use here. But it's an opportunity to recognize that it's kind of an amenity for the building, frankly, and it brings real culture, I think, and sort of social dynamic to the community on the whole, to ensure that we've got a variety of ages represented there and options, frankly, for our resident community. So that is something that, again, like just a lot of navigation sort of at the turning points and transition points of optimizing the way that we work. We are also right at the front end of engaging with the Early Child Education Business Accelerator Program, which is at COCC in Bend there, in order to consider that, hopefully, as a pipeline for who the operators of these 2 units, these 2 businesses might be. And so, striking up a relationship there, considering with them how this best kind of nests into the ways that they're connecting with their clients there, and who is potentially someone who may want to, again, live and work in this space. Let's see, operational considerations that we've been thinking about as well. Support for that operator, ensuring that they have the navigation support from our team as they go through licensing of their business. It's a new use, making sure that, again, we can support them as they need to kind of advocate for themselves in the space. Making sure that we're thinking about, what does it mean to have pickup and drop off and parking, and again, this is a building that has to operate for a large number of people and businesses. So really, again, just kind of considering what are the nuances of adding this to our plate, and adding this, frankly, to our on-site management team's plate, where we don't have a playbook for it yet. We're building it as we go. So those are some of the things that we're thinking about right now from an operations perspective, and really kind of digging in. And frankly, we'll probably be making some phone calls to folks who are connected to people around this table for some insight and help. So I think otherwise, I think some of the things that I can really speak to are around, again, challenges and potential solutions, maybe some considerations around where folks here can kind of seed success forward. I would say, the regulatory pathways, there is a lack of clarity between building codes, use classification, licensing requirements for an operator, in particular, we know at newly developed apartment buildings. And so that is a place where I think, we can be the first in on this. And I think we're excited to be that. And we would love to have some really fast followers behind us. So, ways that we can make sure that this is, that some of those gaps get solved would be great. Finding childcare operators. It is something that's sitting right here on my neck right now to think about who are these two really important folks who are going to help make this happen. Again, like this is not what we're in the business of. We're trying to figure it out, and we need to rely on those local resources and teams to help ensure that we can identify those really important folks who are going to be really important to those families who are going to utilize this service. And then, the operational considerations. We don't know what we don't know yet in terms of what are the differences in the way that we need to think about, having kids on site. Are there operational considerations, good or challenging, that the team needs to navigate through? Are there things that are going to pop just around questions as we navigate it in from any, angle of risk and or kind of opportunity? I would say the success factors and some of the things that have really helped us so far is that we have a real willingness and an intention to get this done. So we're in completely new territory, and it would have been easy to put it to the side at multiple points. And so I think anytime that there's something new inside construction, first of all, development, getting it sort of flighted from a financing perspective is one turn. Construction is another. So again, I think the durability of owner and someone who says this is important and we will figure it out has been important at each of those turns. I think alignment, again, as I look toward, what we've done is we've just really kind of held the center as an owner, saying we will figure this out. Think of us as sort of the spoke out to, again, all of these really important connector parts. But then relationship. We don't have the answers and we need help on the ground as we sort of, hit some of these speed bumps. So as I then kind of turn to, okay, what are the options for, again, this group to kind of solve for on a larger, more systemic basis, kind of seeing where we've come from and where we hope to get to again within 6 to 8 months here. Is to solve those gaps between building code, use, occupancy, licensing requirements. Again, we use to Group E. We are, when it's Group E use in R2 occupancy, there isn't a path. The Oregon Building Code has exemptions to allow it in detached single family and townhome structures, but there is no exception provision for apartment buildings, to our knowledge, on R2 occupancy. So if the code could be revised to note for a by right use in the occupancy category that the building was likely permitted and constructed under, which again for us was R2. Live work units was our path through kind of finding this midway through. Provide navigation resources. So development, design, construction are already complex and kind of lots of risk in there. So anything that we can do to streamline and sort of create assurance of process and answers, consistency, really kind of helps lower the temperature, I think, across the team. And frankly, will allow folks to jump in the water faster if they can see that path behind them or in front of them, excuse me. So I wonder if there's a way to, kind of think about guiding folks, creating a guide, and potentially that could look like documenting the path that we've been on. Walking alongside us. Maybe there's some resourcing from DELC or others who could work with us to create a case study to write down what we learned so that learning can be passed on and shared, again, to that next developer who may be curious, but doesn't, again, have the sort of first understanding of how to get started. And then again, that to me feels like then how do you share that in a way that you create scalability, which again is feeding that idea early on with others like Killian Pacific, but those who haven't really decided that that's the place that they're going to go. So how do you really communicate again to potentially that for-profit, non-affordable housing developer community to say this is possible, this is an interesting use of how you might think about utilizing some of the property. Here's how it can be done. Here's the pathing. And again, here is the resourcing that allows you to understand that some of the risk is navigated ahead of you. So those are some of the things that we considered just in terms of ideas on how to keep this kind of work happening in, again, the space that we're in, which is not affordable. It is that market rate space, and just attempting to kind of seed it really across the potential spectrum of where housing is getting built right now. So that's what I've got. I'm happy to chat further about anything else. Just happy to be here. Thanks so much.
Wonderful, Nicole. Thank you all so much. I know I learned a lot. I've been writing down notes for both the presentation and listening to Director Bell. So I really appreciate you sharing your expertise and your experience with us. Council, we've got about 13 minutes for questions. So I'm just gonna allow you all to come off mute. You don't have to raise your hand, you can come off mute, and I'll kind of try and do my best to keep track of who's next up in the queue. So I'll open it up. Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna jump in really quick. I do have to
perfect.
onto another call, but I listed my questions and I hope that some of these can be you can provide some responses to it, and I'll watch the recording when I'm back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, folks. Let's open it up for questions. Go ahead, Marie.
Thanks so much for the presentation. It's great. Nicole, I mean, so impressed by what your company is doing and the path you've taken. So I hope some of your suggestions are things that can get worked in. And I don't know who the right audience is to hear that other than some of the people here, but I hope we can get at least your presentation recording sent to some folks, or maybe you connected up with some folks. It's fascinating to me that you all went with registered family, not in a surprised way, but we hear that way in rural where childcare centers do not financially pencil. So developers are not looking at that as a viable option in rural in order to create that space, but instead creating what would be really an apartment unit that actually can be utilized as registered family care. So really critical, and appreciate you sort of like busting that door wide open to continue to have that conversation about what really pencils for developers and what's feasible on the ground. So anyways, bravo, great work. And I hope we can get some lessons learned. And also maybe even like costs, because it really sounds like your project is at a scale at which you're not necessarily absorbing the cost, but you're also seeing this as an added benefit to your 300 plus units that are on the ground. In rural, if we got 300 units in the next 10 years, we would be doing backflips. You know, our scale is a little smaller, and so it would be really helpful also to figure out costs and what the incentive package might be in smaller rural communities from the state in order to help incentivize developers to be thinking this direction, because sometimes those costs cannot be absorbed in those smaller projects. So anyways, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I have a question for actually both of the presenters. First of all, thank you very, very much, Angie and Nicole. Very informative, exciting projects that you're working on. And I love the international perspective, Angie. Yeah, next time I'm in Albania, I'll have to go look that up. But my question is, how dependent, if at all, are the projects that you worked on for public funding for the childcare? You know, whether it's ERDC or some other public subsidy for the families, is that a really critical element for your projects, or are you expecting them to just be family paid childcare?
I can probably just really quickly jump in. So this would be, so again, no public funding to create these units. We have voluntarily chosen to designate them again to hold the rental cost, the housing costs at 30% for the owner, the operator, right? And so how they choose to kind of model their business forward in terms of the clients and the families that they're serving, that really will be, you know, to them to sort through. We will try and kind of stop at the door at that moment, if that makes sense, because it is their business with the ability to operate inside space in a way that we've just made sure is possible, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And Angie, is public funding important for the projects that you've worked on or not?
You mean public funding for the development or public funding for the operation?
Operation.
Yeah. On the childcare side, definitely. It's very important because most of the developments that are going in are for low-income housing. So, for example, in San Francisco, where we do a lot of this work, the operations is supported by significant subsidy, whether it's Head Start, whether it's state funding or city funding. The razor thin or non-existent margins that the childcare sector operates under mean that wherever we can help support financially, whether it's rent-free, or having other funding subsidies go in to help them be able to strengthen the operations of their project are always very important. We wish we didn't always have to do that, but we know that it is incredibly important because the folks are running at such a low margin.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank
you. Did you want me to address Ruby's questions verbally or written? Okay. Is that okay? Is it okay? It's time for me to do that now?
Yeah, we have about 7 minutes left, and I was just gonna say it might be great to address some of the questions that Ruby had for sure, especially around prevailing wage. I feel like that has been prevailing wage has, even when we did the first Build Early convening way back when, prevailing wage was a large topic of conversation and the impact to Sticks and Bricks projects.
Yeah, and the prevailing wage was also identified in the original report that we did for the state of Oregon on co-location. It has not changed. So if you put a family childcare unit or a childcare center into an affordable housing development, it triggers prevailing wage for the entire development. That's still true. So that means that the cost of the entire project goes up significantly, which really disincentivizes adding childcare in. We're advocates for incentivizing childcare to be included, not disincentivizing it. So this is something to think about. There's probably two ways you can address it. You can exempt prevailing wage, childcare, from having to comply with prevailing wage. There's some downsides to that, or you could find more funding to actually pay the higher cost of the project. Those are just two of my, potential solutions to think about. Also wanted to address Ruby's questions just about like the ins and outs of this co-location fund and where we are right now. So there's 4 CDFIs as part of this collaborative. It's about $8 million that's actually available. Most of those developer applicants were requesting grants of up to $850,000 to cover pre-development and tenant improvement costs. Average sites serve approximately 60 children and cost about $3 million for the tenant improvements after the shell is delivered. You can apply for additional funding in Multnomah County if you're located there through their Preschool for All Fund. We got over 25 interest forms initially, and we identified the 9 mostly based on a combination of need, and readiness. And one of the key factors of identifying readiness is that you had to either already have identified a partner or initiated an MOU with an operator. So of the projects, the 9 projects, they, in addition to the $8 million they're getting, it's gonna leverage an additional $28 million for tenant improvement, including $2 million from Multnomah County and about $1.5 million in loan products. It's going to create 574 spaces, including 165 infant toddler spaces in areas considered childcare desert.
Wow. Yeah, go ahead, Katie.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. It would be great. Thanks.
Sorry, Katie, I didn't hear what you said.
Would you mind providing in the group chat a link?
Oh, a link to the information about it?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. We still got time for questions if you all have them. I know it's a lot of information too, so I'll just also say if there are questions after our time together, please don't hesitate to let myself or Gabby know. We're happy to get you connected to the right folks in addition to just kind of sharing the recording.
I think I would just, it's not a question as much as a comment, but I really appreciate how both of you are integrating what we know is a desperate need for childcare, for family stability and everything that we've talked about, as well as the desperate need for more housing in the state. And I greatly appreciate how each of you in your own venues, your own professions are marrying these two together. And Nicole, I would say to you, and I think I've said this before when we met, I don't know, a year and a half ago, I so appreciate your company being committed to making this work. Yeah, and I know Katie and I have talked about this a number of times that without that very firm commitment to finding a way through all of the challenges, obviously it would have been really easy to just pull the plug on those 2 units and do something else with them. So thanks for being willing to be really the forerunners of that. And I think we as a council will want to work with our partners to talk about how do we codify what you've done and what you've learned. I think that's a role that the council can play both with Delk, but probably more importantly, Chelsea, with you and Mitch and your team at housing and community services. So let's be sure that we don't lose that advantage that Nicole has handed to us. Marie.
Nicole, were you going to chime in before I ask?
Oh,
one more
I was
thing?
just gonna, all I was gonna say is, yes, I would, I think we see the potential for the resourcing and the expertise that you all convene to be paired with our really practical experience to become something that then becomes, again, whether it's a guide or we go on the road and talk about it, or, again, like, I don't know what to do with it exactly, but I do feel like it will fall out of our minds quickly as we move on to our next project around what were the challenges, how do we overcome them. So I would love to figure out how we convene and partner to create something that becomes valuable again to that next entity who may hit that hurdle and not know their next resource. So that would be really, I think, a really tangible thing that I would be happy to spend my time and Killian's time kind of putting forward.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'll just wait to hear from you all. If there's a way to do that best, we'll keep our notes.
Thanks, Nicole. Sue, my one last thought, and maybe comment probably is most for Chelsea and OHCS and our presenters. And I just, again, as I sit on this council with a real rural hat on, continually want to learn about how infrastructure funds through OHCS can be really utilized on the ground in rural. I've asked around, and most of our really rural partners who could see the infrastructure funds working on the ground is either in partnership with a Head Start in co-location, or in partnership with some sort of school in like a preschool. So in terms of like what we're talking about, like infants and toddlers, I'm not sure, since childcare centers just aren't penciling in real rural places, that co-location has been utilized in any way in that way. So just really looking to learn a little bit more from OHCS about how they see it really being implemented on the ground with co-location of childcare and housing. So that wasn't really for an explanation unless you have a quick answer, but just more like really want to dive in and figure out, how this could be utilized in really rural areas.
I appreciate that a lot, Mary. And I think there's a lot more conversations to be had. I definitely think we've heard feedback, particularly around co-location, about how difficult and different it is to co-locate in the way that I think many of us think about a large scale building with facility at the base of a building doesn't always work in terms of scale in rural communities. And so in terms of like how many units, but also in terms about the way the actual early childhood ed center is set up. So I think there's lots of learning for us kind of collectively to do about like what that looks like in rural and very rural spaces. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, good question, Marie. All right. Well, Chelsea, thank you very much for being here. Great job facilitating this. And Angie and Nicole, thank you for very informative presentations and lots of things to follow up on. So, wow, which is exciting. And Mitch, as always, thank you for being with us. We appreciate what you're doing in this space as well. Okay, so council, we're going to move on and hear about the Medicaid waiver, which we all know has a housing component to it, which is very, very exciting. And Tara Gray is joining us from Oregon OHA and the housing policy analyst. So Tara, thank you for being with us. And we've certainly heard about the Medicaid waiver a lot, but we're excited to really learn more about how the housing element of it is being implemented and how it's rolling out in the state. So thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm Tara Gray. I'm she, her pronouns, and I work for Oregon Health Authority, as Sue mentioned, housing policy analyst. So I work on the whole HRSN group of benefits, but my focus is the housing.
Great.
And I will be honest with you, I am used to slides, so I'm not entirely sure how this goes without slides, and it's more of a conversation, is my understanding.
Yes, but Gabby, I think you could throw up Tara's slides.
Yeah, Tara, if you
You've
have
got-
slides, I'm more than happy to run
Well,
them for you, of
we
course.
just, yeah, thank you though. I do have some talking points, and that's kind of what I'm
Perfect.
going off of. And so would you like me just to go ahead and start and talk through some of these and then questions as they come?
Sure. If that works for you, Tara, that'd be great.
Yeah, that'll work just fine. So health-related social needs are social and economic needs that impact a person's health, their long-term ability to stay healthy, and then their acute health in the moment at times. Eligible Oregon Health Plan members can receive HRSN services, and those are the health-related social needs services that we mentioned. And the services include housing, nutrition, and outreach and engagement services. And each of those different services has several components under them. We'll be talking about the housing benefit here. The housing benefit was developed to address those social and economic factors that affect health by providing housing-related financial support. So rent assistance, utility assistance at times under the rent assistance, and then home mods and remediations, which are health-related changes to the home, things like grab bars, ramps. Sometimes people need other accessibility modifications, and sometimes people need things like hoarding remediation, deep clean, pest remediation, and those things can all be covered under the home mods and remediation portion of the benefit. And then the housing benefit also now has a component for trying to find the wording. This is a newer one. It's devices to help keep the home healthy in extreme weather. So that's not the right way to say it, because this is rather new. So we have a whole new title for that. But it's things like air conditioners and air filters, heaters, little portable refrigerators or portable energy sources. And those are designed to keep medications at the proper temperature, and then obviously keep air quality at a safe temperature and safe particulate level. So those are the kind of the broad details of what the housing benefit encompasses. And one of the most important features of the housing benefit to remember is that it's not for people who are already experiencing homelessness. So the goal of the housing benefit is to prevent homelessness. And so it's intended to serve people who are currently housed. And that means they have to be in the housing that they're going to remain in throughout the use of the benefit. So up to that 6 months, they have to stay in the same housing. We don't support moving to new housing at this time, although we're working on creating some exceptions around IPV, so interpersonal violence situations or accommodation settings where really the house that someone is currently in cannot be modified to meet their needs. So it's not a rapid eviction prevention tool, but it can work with other resources, other housing resources that are kind of more rapid eviction prevention. Are there questions before I keep going so fast?
Any
So
questions?
sorry.
Nope.
Okay. So
Okay.
as I mentioned, the rent assistance is kind of the main component of the housing benefit, and that covers up to 6 months of rent. And that can be forward rent or back. So if somebody owes like several months of arrears and they're at risk of being evicted, and at that point, they would become homeless if that went through, then the HRSM benefit can pay those back months of rent and then onward for several months going forward, a total of 6 months. Utilities are also that same 6-month period of time, and it's can also be back paid or forward paid. They cannot go forward more months than the rent goes forward. So that means if somebody owed like 6 months somehow without losing their electricity, they owed 6 months of electric bill. The HRSM housing benefit could pay that 6 months, but then no more utilities going forward for that particular utility. And it's a variety of utilities, not just electric. So it covers things that energy assistance typically doesn't cover, like water bills can be paid, cell phone bills can be paid, not cell phone devices, but just the service, the heating, the cooling costs as typical energy assistance programs, but also just those additional costs that maybe aren't covered. Garbage fees, I believe, too, that's a utility. So that's the utility portion. And then as well, under the rent benefit, so somebody has to be receiving the rent benefit to receive utilities, and they also must be receiving the rent benefit to receive storage fee assistance. So that's another kind of unique feature of HRSN housing benefit, in that storage can be paid for. Oftentimes when people have to downsize, or they've had to leave a housing situation, or they might be doubled up with another family, people lose their belongings. I will give you just a teeny piece of my background. I've experienced this. So I have a history of homelessness and have had to walk away from a house full of belongings. So the fact that there are storage fees covered is amazing. That's a really big benefit for people. So maybe they don't lose everything, and maybe they can hold on to their documents and their important things. But as well, that one can only be covered when rent is being paid and only up to the same 6 months. So when rent is done, no other payments can be made. So if somebody has exhausted their 3 months back rent, 3 months forward, or whatever combination to get to 6. If they've only got 2 months forward rent, they would only get 2 months forward utilities or storage as well. So those are the limits. With the housing benefit, anyone who is approved or authorized for the housing benefit can receive case management that we're calling housing tenancy sustaining services. And this case management can be accessed by people who do not receive the rent benefit as well. If somebody has a housing voucher, they don't need the rent, but they're at risk of homelessness. And anyway, they meet the eligibility criteria to be at risk of homelessness anyway. The tenancy supportive services can sometimes be enough to keep people housed. It's often that case management component that really makes the difference. And so tenancy sustaining case management is not limited to the 6 months. That can be ongoing as long as it's needed. There are no caps to that benefit, so no end, no total number of hours that cannot be exceeded. And it can include anything that's related to housing stability, which is very broad. A lot of factors contribute to housing stability or instability. And so things like job search, things like find a roommate so that maybe somebody can afford their home 6 months in the future. Things like looking for a different housing resource or a different housing setting. Even though we can't support the move, we can help identify where something might be more affordable. The case manager can help get someone on a wait list for Section 8 or other longer term assistance, and connect to things like Social Security, unemployment benefits, medical appointments, because health is housing stability as well. Just anything that can be connected back to that housing stability, which, like I said, very broad. When anything is unstable, everything is a little unstable. So in addition to the tenancy sustaining case management, we have the medically necessary home mods and remediation benefit that I also mentioned. And that is the grab bars, the ramps, the pest control, the heavy duty cleaning. And during that home mod process, if somebody's been authorized for a home mod, that requires them to be out of their home. So they maybe are getting a treatment for rodents or something like that, where some sort of pest where there's a chemical used or just something unsafe for humans to be in that home, they can potentially access hotel payments too. And that would be just during the home mods, whatever is requiring them to be out of their home for a specific amount of time. If I'm throwing a lot at you, if someone is receiving the home mods and has to be out of their home due to a home mod, and they are also receiving the rent assistance, the amount of time that they're in a hotel is deducted from that amount of rent that can be paid. And I will stop for just a second and see if anybody has thoughts or questions.
That is an amazing array of support services that you're providing, which is great to keep people housed. I'm just wondering, Tara, did OHA have to hire a whole new cadre of people to provide these services, and especially something like case management, or did you already have that within OHA?
That is such a good question. And so these benefits are administered through the health plan, so not directly through Oregon Health Authority. So Oregon Health Authority has the contracts with CCOs, the coordinated care organizations, and also with OpenCard. So OpenCard is when somebody has not been assigned to a CCO, they have OHP, and it's just an OpenCard health plan. And so through the CCOs or the OpenCard health plan, that's how members can access these benefits. There are a variety of ways in. So they're on the OHA website. We've got a housing webpage, and there are links on the housing webpage for in various languages that you can connect with your CCO if you know who that person is or that entity is. And you can also connect through those same language buttons, same set of language buttons, to the OpenCard provider that in the language of your need. There is as well a request form on that website. So there are several different avenues in. My preference would be to see a member, go to a housing provider or to another provider. It doesn't have to be a housing provider. So that's one of the key things here, is that it doesn't have to be a housing provider to do the referral. Anyone can make that referral. Anyone can help a member with their request form, and anybody can submit it. Once the request form is submitted, then the member, ideally within a couple of weeks, although volume's been very high, so it's been a bit slower, but ideally within a couple of weeks, the member will hear from their CCO, or they will hear from the open card provider, and finish the screening, and then move into the authorization process. So it's administered through the health plan. And then from the health plan, there are a couple of avenues that things can go as well. Some of the health plans are doing their own tenancy case management, which is not usually in person. And some of them are doing direct check payments, and then all of the CCOs can do that, the direct check payments. But there are housing providers contracting with the health plans. So we've got OHA, and then the health plans, and then beyond that, the housing providers or other providers that do case management or outreach and engagement. Which is, sorry, am I going too deep into the details here for you?
No, it's super interesting. I'm just worried we're running out of time, and I see that 2 council members have questions for you,
yeah.
Tara. So if you don't mind, we'll
sure.
go to Liz and then Peg.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my question has to do with outreach. I mean, obviously these are fantastic benefits, but you can only access them if you know about them. And so how is the agency and or the CCOs approaching outreach, particularly to pregnant and postpartum women, as well as families that have those littles that might be able to access these benefits?
So one of the things that the CCOs have done is they are targeting specific members. They're looking for members who might need these services. So they're identifying the vulnerable populations that they serve, but also there is just widespread information out that each of the CCOs has on their website information about health-related social needs. There have been events around just getting that word out. And then there are some smaller organizations that work with just specific populations who are not necessarily enrolled as a provider of HRSN, but who have been to the trainings for the providers and who know how to help someone access the benefit. And they're a really good source of making sure that the people on the ground level, members who might not hear about this through their CCO, maybe they're not on those websites, and they might hear about it through those local smaller organizations. And social media as well. So we've got some social media pages too. And Peg.
Yes.
Well, thank you for that information. I see a couple of things, sort of a comment first. I see children with special health care needs, and I can see that particularly the home modification things would be important. I guess a question related to that, sometimes kids don't need physical modifications, but the housing situation is such because of behavioral concerns that kids need their own bedroom or kind of a quieter space or that sort of thing. Would these benefits cover that?
Well, so that's also a good question. These benefits cannot currently support someone moving from one home into another in order to meet those like bedroom size needs currently. But while they're receiving these benefits, the tenancy supports case manager can help the family identify what might be more appropriate housing, and then maybe get on the wait list for those, or help them identify financial resources that would be able to help them move. So not directly under the home mods currently, but definitely it's something that needs to be on the radar of the tenancy supports case manager, and that person ideally will be helping to look for the solutions. And I totally know what you mean. I have a background in housing case management too. We did plenty of request for reasonable accommodation for Section 8 vouchers for exactly that reasons when somebody had a child with just some behaviors that needed that extra space or no shared walls with neighbors.
Yeah, thanks. The other comment and sort of question, I guess, is it would seem that getting this information out to home visitors or maybe medical providers will be really important because they're contacting people where they live and can really, again, assist in that navigation to get that information so people can really make appropriate use of the benefit.
Absolutely. Thank you. And one thing we're doing right now that I'm a little bit behind on is a provider expansion project and we are identifying throughout the state of Oregon smaller organizations and the population specific organizations like that do see people with needs that maybe we're not hearing about. We want to broaden that network so that we can make sure that we are not missing people who need these services.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Peg. Great question. Tara, thank you so much. We're going to have to move on to the next part of our agenda, but you are filled with information.
I have so much more. I'm so glad. I'm glad that I ran out of time rather than information.
Well, we really appreciate it. We also appreciate you sharing your lived experience. I think that really helps ground you and the work that you're doing. So I appreciate you sharing that with us. It just adds a whole nother level of reality to this work.
It does. It does. It is important. And I do recognize that. So thank you so much for having me. This was wonderful.
Great. Thanks, Tara. Have a great day. Whoa. How exciting. I mean, there's some really cool things happening in this state. We have to keep our eye on that part of life these days. Stay local. All right, we're going to move into the last part of our housing agenda this morning, which is to talk with or listen to and talk with our agency partners. And several of them, as you can guess, are tied up with legislative meetings and other obligations. But we're going to start with Fairbours and Katie. I think it looks like they're both on from ODHS. Hi, Katie, welcome. And then we'll go to Delk, and then we'll go to Department of Education. So I don't know if, yes.
Good morning, Sue. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. As usual, I brought someone with me smarter and knows a whole lot more about the topic. Of course, many of you have met Katie before. She's our Housing and Homelessness Policy Advisor. You may remember that last May, we did a slide presentation on how ODHS supports families with young children with housing-related issues. We talked about services and support that we as an agency provide through TANF. Of course, temporary assistance for temporary assistance for needing families. Also to survivors of domestic violence, family support. We had a family support connection program that we talked about. We talked about our foster care prevention and how we help reunify families. And then I believe also we talked about some vouchers that we have for unification of families. We don't have a slide presentation today. We have a short time. But Katie is going to walk through her presentation around the two questions that you asked around how are we supporting housing needs. But as Katie is going through her presentation, I want us to kind of envision that graphic around social determinants of health. You might remember that visual, that as we talk about well-being, as we talk about social determinants of health, is really a series of things that ultimately brings families and children and individuals to well-being. It includes, healthy food, healthy water, healthy environment, stable housing, living wage jobs, transportation, childcare, healthcare, education, connection to the community, etc. So as you listen to Katie go through explaining some of the work that we're doing as an agency, also look at it through this lens of economic stability, because we are not necessarily in the housing business, but if we provide cash support, if we provide, oh, sorry, my camera is not on, I apologize. If we are if we are, trying to help families so that they can actually maintain housing through some vouchers, get into even some short-term housing, etc., we are contributing to that, addressing some of those broader needs of social determinants of health toward the goal of well-being. So that's my 2 cents as we get into this. I know we only have a few minutes, so I'll turn it over to Katie. She's also attends with me the interagency council on housing that the governor maintains. So here's Katie.
All right, thanks, Fair Boers, and welcome back, Katie. It's good to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Fair Boers. I don't know about smarter, but I am happy to talk ad nauseum about housing and homelessness. So I'm super happy to be here. So again, my name is Katie Egan. My pronouns are she, her. And as Fair Boers mentioned, I was framing kind of this conversation around 2 questions that were raised. And the first one was around, what do we know about the population of young children who are experiencing homelessness in Oregon? And so I was just going to kind of start with a kind of broad picture of what's happening in the state. And apologies, I haven't been present for the rest of the meeting. So if these stats have already been presented to you, I'm so sorry, but they are pretty stark. So I do think it's important to keep them in mind. I think we all are very aware that our state is in a severe family homelessness crisis, and that's particularly true when it comes to unsheltered families. Some of the best data that we have comes from the annual point in time count, which is led by Continuums of Care across the state. The PIC count data is not specific to children 0 to 5, but it does look at homelessness among families with school-age children, and it goes up to 18 years old. So although there are older children included in these numbers, this is kind of the best data that we have to understand what's going on with housing and homelessness for families in general, including young kids. And I will say also that if a young child is unaccompanied and experiencing homelessness, they are more likely than not going to be referred into either the child welfare system, or the child welfare system would work with kind of extended families or their extended family in order to place them in care with folks that they know and that can support them. But for other young people who are experiencing homelessness, that's mostly in a family unit. So according to the data from 2024, Oregon had 8,465 people and families with children experiencing homelessness. And although we don't rank in the top 5 states for the total number of homeless families, that's more about kind of our relatively small population size when compared to California or Texas or kind of larger states like that. The alarming thing about our family homelessness numbers is that 56% of our families who are experiencing homelessness are unsheltered. That's the highest rate in the nation, and it's significantly above the national average, which is just 7% unsheltered family homelessness. So the average is 7, ours is 56. And so that is just really highlighting a unique and urgent challenge that we're facing here in Oregon compared to other states across the country. There are a lot of contributing factors that can intersect and push families into homelessness. people often talk about, substance use disorder, or they talk about mental health issues. But there are two primary issues that research has shown are consistent contributors to homelessness across all populations and regions. And those factors are not substance use or mental health issues or mental health disorders. They are a lack of affordable housing and poverty and low wages. And so while our partners at OHCS are the primary funders for homelessness services across the state, the nature of our work and the direct link between homelessness and poverty means that ODHS is absolutely supporting individuals and families who are unstably housed and experiencing homelessness. And that includes families with young children. In addition to that, something else I just wanted to flag for folks to be aware of is that research has also demonstrated that poverty and its ripple effects, which include housing instability, are key drivers of child welfare system involvement. Some preliminary evidence that we have suggests that even modest economic supports can help stabilize families and alleviate the need for child welfare intervention. So that's really going back to what Fair Boards was highlighting around what role does economic stability play in ensuring that families and young children are not falling into homelessness and not experiencing that traumatic event of being housing unstable, maybe receiving an eviction notice, and experiencing homelessness itself. All of that is very traumatic for families and young kids and has a wider impact than just the experience itself. A number of ODHS programs follow this model of providing short-term cash supports to as a preventative measure in order to increase economic stability and reduce trauma by stabilizing housing and keeping families together. So I'm going to walk through just like a few of those programs, and Fair Boards highlighted a couple of them. I'm also happy if folks are interested in the slide deck that I presented in May or have kind of more detailed questions about that programming. I'm super happy to have a conversation offline or to answer questions today in the meeting. But when looking at ODHS programming, we support low-income families who are struggling with housing instability in really two significant ways. The first, as Fair Boards mentioned, is by providing financial support to some of the most economically vulnerable families in Oregon through the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, or TANF. I think most folks are aware, but in case you're not, TANF is a federal benefits program that provides temporary cash assistance to families who are living in deep poverty. And in addition to their regular monthly benefits, TANF recipients can receive cash supports through ODHS to address emergent needs and economic shocks. Excuse me. And so that can include cash assistance for things like housing or transportation if folks need assistance getting to their job in order to maintain their employment and therefore maintain their income and maintain their housing. As Fair Boards also mentioned, TANF families who are experiencing domestic violence can also receive short-term cash supports to address emergency housing needs through the Temporary Assistance for Domestic Violence Survivors program, or TADVS, if you love an acronym like we do. So that's kind of the first bucket of programming for families with young children. And then the second bucket is programming that is aimed to reduce entry into the foster care system due to poverty-related housing instability. So both the Family Support and Connections program and the Foster Care Prevention program provide flexible financial supports very similar to the cash assistance that we provide through TANF that can be used to address family housing needs. And kind of similarly, we also work closely with public housing agencies across the state to support the Family Unification Program, which is also known as the FUP voucher program. And through FUP, public housing agencies can provide long-term rent subsidies to child welfare involved families. And collectively, these programs really aim to reduce family separations and support overall well-being by providing both short and long-term housing supports and cash assistance. So I think I know we're limited on time, so I will probably wrap it up there, but I just wanted to kind of reiterate what Fair Boards kind of stated at the top around homelessness not just being a housing issue. It's an issue that's directly connected to poverty and economic stability, and it significantly impacts child well-being, as you all very well know. And through these programs, we really remain committed to playing a role in supporting Oregon's families and helping ensure that every child has a safe and stable home. So I really appreciate the opportunity to chat about it with you guys today. And if you have additional questions, I'll also put my email in the chat if folks want to have a more in-depth conversation at any point.
Thank you, Katie. I think we'll hear from the other two agencies, and then if you're able to stay with us, come back to questions.
Absolutely.
I want to say, if I'm running the numbers right, it sounds like there are about 4,500 unsheltered families.
I haven't applied the 56% to the 8,000 some, but
okay.
Yes, that is probably correct.
It's a rough.
Yeah.
That's a lot of families who are unsheltered. Wow. All right. Thank you, Katie. That was a great overview. Just what we were looking for. So Dorothy Spence, we've seen Dorothy many times before. Welcome back, Dorothy.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks for being here for DELC.
Of course. Hi again, everyone. Dorothy Spence. I'm the interim early learning programs director at DELC. And Director Chatterjee just asked me to come in her place to talk about the programs at DELC that aim to support families who are at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness. So I just want to start with kind of a general overview of kind of DELC's programs and services and how that intertwines with families who are at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness. And then I'll highlight 3 specific programs that support families with categorical eligibility for families experiencing homelessness or have some really wraparound strategies to support those families. So first off, as you all are aware, DELC funds a variety of programs that support the well-being of families with young children. Our programs focus on outcomes for families and young children and work towards eliminating systemic inequalities in access and opportunity in all of Oregon's communities. Our programs at DELC play a critical role in providing free access to high quality early learning care and education programming for families experiencing homelessness. And these programs focus also on strengthening parent-child relationships, supporting child development, and helping parents access community resources. We know that families often have to choose between paying rent or their mortgage and childcare, and these are 2 of the largest costs that a family will have to cover. And having increasing access to quality, affordable childcare can reduce the financial burden on families that are at risk of houselessness. So I wanted to highlight 3 of DELC's core programs that play a key role in providing these services. The first is the Oregon Prenatal to Kindergarten program that we call OPK. The program's modeled after Head Start. It provides free, high quality, culturally responsive preschool, infant, toddler, and comprehensive family support services to families who are living at or below 100% of the federal poverty level or who are categorically eligible. OPK prioritizes the enrollment of children and families experiencing homelessness. These are families that are considered categorically eligible for OPK services, regardless of income. I also wanted to point out a really important key model of the OPK program is the comprehensive family support services for the whole family unit. OPK is focused on not just the child, but the supports across the family unit. And so some of those comprehensive family services can look like housing navigation services, supporting families with gaining access to legal services if they're in a situation with their landlord, for example, gaining access to rental assistance through other support services in their community and local services, providing emergency funds as well for moving expenses, as well as connecting to resources for extermination in the case of poor living conditions such as bed bugs or mold. The second program that I wanted to highlight that DELC offers is Relief Nurseries. It's a comprehensive and integrated early childhood therapeutic and family support services for children birth to 5 years old. Eligibility is established by a trauma-informed process of identifying family stressors from the Family Stressor Checklist, which is part of the Relief Nursery model. So homelessness is a stressor on that checklist. And Relief Nurseries provide two main categories of services, outreach and the therapeutic early childhood program. Through their outreach, crisis, and referral services, Relief Nurseries have supports for families experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity. Relief Nurseries are also required to have things like clothing closets, as well as food, diaper, and transportation assistance. So while these may not be direct services or funding for housing, some of what you're seeing both in OPK and Relief Nurseries is how to provide other kinds of support services that can reduce the financial burden on families. The third program I wanted to highlight is our Healthy Families Oregon program, which provides free voluntary home visiting program that offers support and education to families who are expecting or parenting newborns for a minimum of 3 years. HFO uses the New Baby Questionnaire, which is a validated 15-item population-based screening tool to identify families whose demographic or other characteristics are related to the increased risk of child maltreatment or other negative child and family outcomes. Pregnant women and families with infants up to 3 months of age who have 2 or more risk factors on the NBQ are considered eligible for services for HFO. Some local programs may use additional criteria to find their focal populations as well. I wanted to point out that the New Baby Questionnaire includes 2 questions to screen families for housing instability. One asks, do you have trouble paying for basic living expenses some or most of the time? And the second question is, in the past 60 days, have you been living in stable housing that you own, rent, or live in as part of a household? The HFO model is grounded in trauma-centered approaches, relational health and attachment practices, and reflective capacity. It's important to note that while we call it a home visit, these visits can take place in other locations that could look like a shelter. It could look like a community space, and it could look like a school. And so really where that family is most comfortable receiving those services, that's where that can happen. Home visitors can support families in navigating housing assistance services, completing applications, setting appointments, and placing phone calls. I just want to wrap up and note that DELC offers obviously other programs that can give families access to high quality early care and education settings, Baby Promise, Preschool Promise, employment related daycare as well. But right now those programs don't have the same kind of categorical eligibility for families experiencing homelessness the way that Healthy Families, OPK, and Relief Nurseries do. That will change in 2027 for employment related daycare. Legislation was passed in 2023 that requires employment-related daycare to expand access to families at risk of experiencing homelessness or are experiencing homelessness. Those families will become categorically eligible in 2027 for ERDC. So overall, DELC really is aiming to ensure, to the best of our ability, that children and families who are experiencing homelessness have access to high quality early childhood and education and the comprehensive services that are built into those models as well. This can help kind of overcome the challenges associated with housing instability, as well as help to work towards preventing risk of homelessness for families that are enrolled in these programs as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Lots of information as always, right? We appreciate the overview.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks. And let's now go to Kara Williams, who's also been with us a number of times before. Kara, welcome. Thank you for filling in for Dr. Williams, who is on the East Coast, I think, at a conference. So we appreciate you being here again.
She is, thank you. So I am Kara Williams. I am the Director of Inclusive Services at the Department of Education. And as Sue said, I am here on behalf of Dr. Williams, who couldn't make it today. She's actually at a conference in Washington, D.C. So the Department of Education works as the lead agency that's responsible for the administration of education funds, of course, providing support in accordance with laws, regulations, and interagency agreements. And our responsibilities include addressing children and families who are navigating housing instability. Our 22-23 data reflects that roughly 26,000 students from pre-kindergarten to 12th grade are considered homeless, meaning that they're living in situations where their families are doubled up, living in motel or hotel rooms, living in a shelter, are unsheltered, or the students considered unaccompanied. Families living doubled up or cohabitating with other families or family members are by far the largest group. ODE addresses these housing needs for children and families through the McKinney-Vento Act, which is a federal law that requires that our school districts review policies that may prevent students facing housing instability from attending school. Each district must have at least one McKinney-Vento liaison to identify eligible students and ensure they're able to stay in their school of origin, that they're able to receive transportation, that they're able to access free meals, clothing, shoes, and school supplies. Our Office of Indian Education has also developed resources to support McKinney-Vento implementation through services provided for the Native community, such as school tribal attendance, promising practices programs that provide staff to support Native students and their families to remove barriers to attending school regularly. Of course, the ODE also has a responsibility to ensure implementation of the Individuals with Disabilities Act, which provides a number of provisions specific to children experiencing homelessness. Special education services are available to all children with disabilities, including those who are homeless. And in Oregon, early intervention, early childhood special education, and school districts conduct child find efforts to identify, locate, and evaluate children who are experiencing homelessness. Additionally, our State Interagency Coordinating Council for Early Intervention and Early Childhood Special Education includes parent and family representatives from across Oregon for children and families from birth to age 5, and is required to include a member with expertise in coordinating education for homeless families. SICC members serve an advisory role to assist us with policy development around the service of ensuring service for children and families who experience homelessness. And lastly, and in order to be brief, just wanted to name that the ODE and the Department of Early Learning and Care collaborated on the creation of a document that's called Supports for Early Learners Experiencing Housing Instability, and it provides some resources for children ages 0 to 5 and their families who are experiencing housing instability. So there's a lot of connections between the Department of Education and the Department of Early Learning and Care when it comes to the McKinney-Vento Act, and that is just one of the resources that was produced out of that collaboration.
Well, thank you, Kara. Okay, Council. So we have time for some questions, and I see we've got Katie, Fairbours, and Dorothy, I think, is still here, as well as Kara. So questions, yeah, Peter.
I was going to ask Kara if she has a link to that report that ODE and DELC have done.
Yes, I'll put it in chat.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. So question for Katie, of the 8,465 people or families who were homeless, do you know or have a sense of where those families are located? Is it mostly urban areas or rural, or is that, yeah, just sprinkled all over the state?
That's a great question. And actually, while Dorothy was presenting, I went back to just double check those figures, Sue. So I just want to actually fact check myself. The number is not quite as high as I had stated. So the overall number of families who are experiencing homelessness is actually 3,952. I don't know how I got that 8,000 number. I really apologize. That's very silly. But the total number is 3,952. The number of families experiencing unsheltered homelessness is 2,213. So just wanted to make sure I wasn't putting out incorrect information. I apologize about that. And then something else that came out of that PIC count, if anyone's interested in kind of looking over those numbers, HUD releases something called the Annual Homelessness Assessment Report. It's called the AHAR for short. And that gives the kind of big picture of homelessness across the country and includes stats that are specific to Oregon. Something that came out of that report for 2024 was recognizing that a high number of those families are experiencing unsheltered homelessness in rural communities. And so we think part of that issue is that there are just fewer resources in rural areas, and particularly shelters that are specifically for families. If a homeless shelter exists, oftentimes it will be kind of tailored to adult homelessness, since that's kind of the majority of the homeless population. And when resources are scarce in rural areas, there aren't always like tailored resources for families or unaccompanied youth, young people who are homeless from like 18 to 24 years old. So yeah, I don't know if I can say definitively that the majority are in rural areas. I'd have to look back at the numbers, but it did come up in the AHAR report that there was a significant number.
Okay, thanks. Wow. Okay. Other questions from council members about ODHS, DELC, and ODE? I guess I don't know if I'd say it's encouraging that all of our agency partners are focused on and have programs to address homelessness that families are experiencing. I mean, obviously, it's tragic that you all have to be focused on that population, but I think I'm speaking for all of us on the council that we really appreciate the fact that you are serving those families, and I'm sure collaborating in many ways. We heard from OHA a little while ago, and they certainly are doing a lot to focus on these families as well through their Medicaid waiver. And of course, Director Bell had talked with us this morning, and she talked about some of their programs. So as I said earlier, it's very relieving and reassuring to see some positive things happening in the state of Oregon. And we appreciate what each of your agencies is doing to have some positive news to report. So, council, any other questions or comments? All right, if not, I will thank our presenters, Fariborz, Katie, Kara, and Dorothy, for being with us today. Chelsea, thank you very, very much to you and your team. And great job of facilitating a very interesting discussion about some positive efforts that are going on around the state to provide housing for people. So council, this is highly unusual. We're actually—
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you. So we are ahead of schedule for once, I think, in the last 9 years. And for those of us who've been around for a while. So we have a real break, and we will still come back at 12:30 when we hear about the State Interagency Coordinating Council. And Subin will be introducing Kevin Anderson, who chairs that council, and Subin represents us on the council. So unless there are other comments from anybody, we will go on break and see you at 12:30. Thanks a lot. Right. We are about ready to reconvene.
Sue, I want to let you know I'm at my brother's house stealing his internet because that's what brothers are for. So I shouldn't have problems anymore.
Awesome. Yes, I love my brother too, but he lives in Colorado, so I can't steal his internet. Great. People, a couple more minutes. All right, so Gabby, are we live again?
Yeah, we are good to go, Sue.
Okay, sounds great. Welcome back, council members, and I want to welcome our guest, Kevin Anderson. We appreciate you being with us. I've asked Subin if he would give us a little bit of an introduction to Kevin, but also to the State Agency Interagency Coordinating Council, since Subin is our council representative on that group. So I will turn it over to you, Subin. Thanks.
Hi. Hey everyone. As Sue mentioned, the statewide Interagency Coordinating Council, it's part of the IDEA, where we are here to advise and assist in any way that we can with around the implementation of Parts B and C for IDEA. And so the Statewide Interagency Coordinating Council is a wide swath of many folks who represent different viewpoints on inclusion, on the implementation of early intervention, of early childhood special education. And I think the report gives glimpses into those various ways that people can be a part of implementing EI and ECSE. So Kevin Anderson is our chair who will be stepping down in the near future. We're onboarding a new chair, and he's also a program administrator for Multnomah Early Childhood Program. And Kevin's wonderful, been a great leader for that group. Kevin, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? I am currently in a public space, kind of leeching off of Wi-Fi here. So hoping everybody can hear me. Well, I don't know what else to say because Subin introduced both the council and myself pretty well. Yeah, I have been with the Multnomah Early Childhood Program for the past, I think this is my 13th year with the MECP up in Portland. I've done a variety of things there. So I sit on the State Interagency Coordinating Council, the SICC. Please don't call it the SIC. That is the one thing that we don't do. Yeah, I have been sitting on the SICC as a provider of services for the last 7 years. And yes, as Subin stated, I have been the chair for the last 4 or 5 years, despite the fact that I was only supposed to be on the council for 6 years. So I am stepping down. And I also know, I believe we have Kara Williams, who joined as well. She sits on the council as a representative of the Department of Education and as the coordinator over regional services, which also includes the early intervention, early childhood special education. So I don't know, Kara, are you joining me in this, or am you just here for support?
Just here to support, Kevin.
Gotcha. Okay. So each year the council is required by law, actually, to submit a report to the governor's office. And so each year what we try to do is craft a report that we want to give information for those people who may be very familiar with early intervention, but then also to give a nice broad overview of early intervention and early childhood special education, because we recognize that not everyone understands what that program is and what the program does. So each year we have kind of a theme to the report. This year the theme was transitions. Each year we try to include some overall statewide data, and then you will see some parent stories included for families who received early intervention and early childhood special education services. So Gabby, I'm not going to go page by page, but if you want to just scroll ahead a little bit, there's always, yep. As Subin stated, we are a governor-appointed council. We are required, all states are required to have an SICC. And what we do is we ensure that there is coordination of, as this council is well aware, early childhood encompasses many different aspects of the state of Oregon, and what the SICC does is it ensures that we bring together all of those various partners who may intersect with early childhood education. And we are a statewide council, so we have representation from across the state. And we are here to advise and assist the Department of Education in the provision of the early intervention and early childhood special education programs. Go ahead. I'm hoping people are familiar. I will just touch on this very quickly, but if you are not familiar, there is a local interagency coordinating council in every region within the state of Oregon. All of the programs are required to have this. It is an area where what we do at the state level, we bring down to the local level. If you have an interest, I would encourage you to reach out to your local early intervention, early childhood special education program, as they have a council and they are looking to identify participants who, again, intersect at the local level with children who are receiving those services. I'm going to move ahead, Gabby. We always include regional inclusive services. This is the Birth to 21 program that serves children with low incidence disabilities that are listed up there. They are separate, but then also inclusive with early intervention and early childhood special ed. We partner with the regional inclusive services to provide those services for children with those significant and specialized disabilities. And I think we have a parent story as our next piece, just to give you kind of a flavor of what we include. And we include, stories and pictures of families who have been impacted by early intervention and early childhood special ed. We'll have 3 of those in this report this year. It's always really important to talk about the actual impact of these programs, and this is how we do it each year. So we have Sandra and Oliver. Subin, do I need to go into detail, do you think, on the program?
I don't. I believe this group should be familiar with.
Should be familiar. Okay.
Between EI and ECSE.
Great.
Yeah. So I jump ahead here.
Okay. Perfect. I will touch upon the fact that Oregon is unique within the United States. There are very few states within the US where Birth to 5 is a seamless program. In most states, the Birth to 3 program is separate from the 3 to 5 age group. And children will transition at age 3, and they actually typically transition over to like a local school district, and they often will transition to an IEP, an individualized education plan. We in Oregon are very proud that we continue to have that individualized family service plan up through the age of 5. It is one of the things that makes us unique, and it really does help keep that seamless piece when children are very young. And as this council knows, that's such a crucial time between the ages of birth to 5. Move ahead. Again, just another great story of family that had multiple children that came through EI and ECSE programs. Several years ago, one of the things that is an example of the work that the SICC does, we were very supportive of the move of the move to continue the developmental delay eligibility into kindergarten. As some of you may know, years ago, children were entering kindergarten and they could not go into kindergarten with that developmental delay eligibility. So we often had children who fell out of service in kindergarten, and then most of those children, as should not be surprising, came back into special education, but then typically only after losing a few years of opportunity for service. So this just kind of shows with that change, we now have those children who are staying consistent and getting the services they need when they go into kindergarten. And again, the theme being transitions for this year. We did highlight this year, the transition from early childhood special ed into kindergarten. I can't really speak to this. This is not my guidebook to that transition. This came out of Southern Oregon. Again, we're a statewide program, but this they were able to share this year their resources that they give to families as they're making that move into kindergarten. And then Subin, I'm hoping, because I know we have some of the pre-K to 3rd grade alignment here and the Raise Up Oregon. I was hoping you could speak to this a little bit.
Yeah, I can speak to the next few slides. So what we were attempting to do here in this part of the report, since the kind of theme or topic at hand was around transitions, was to elevate what are the different areas or ways that the SICC is addressing transition. So we mentioned and hyperlinked these various initiatives going on in the state. But of particular import to the council is the Raise Up Oregon 2.0 plan. And we dedicated actually 2 or 3 slides to the Raise Up Oregon plan. So if we go to the next slide. So we know the governor is very aware of this plan, but we wanted to make sure that the governor knew that the SICC was also looking at that plan. And this has come up in a number of agenda items over the course of the last year. And in the next slide, you'll see that we distilled all the specific strategies that that the SICC is addressing. This is, I think I'm jumping the gun here, but I am on the subcommittee that works on the governor's report. And one of the changes that we're already thinking about for next year is, in addition to naming the strategies, we should show the progress that we're making in each of these strategies. So some of these strategies are ones that we've addressed, that we've nailed it. And there are other things where we're working on and we're making progress, but we should indicate at what level of progress. The other thing that I would want to know if I was the governor is, where are the blockages? What are the problems, and where and how can the governor help, or the governor's office help? And so that's another thing that I think we're looking forward to figuring out for next year's report. Next slide. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So as I said, we do try to not only include kind of the various things that the SICC is focused on and some kind of general information. We always do include just the impact that early intervention and early childhood special education has across the state. And one of those is very easily to talk about the number of children and families that participate in early intervention and early childhood special education. So these are our last year's numbers. So you can see over 14,500 children and families qualified and were receiving services last year. The program is, there are 9 9 regions. 9 regions, I'm seeing Karen nod. And so this shows you kind of the size and area that each one of those contractors, as they're called, serves. Move forward, we're going to show a little bit about just the growth. This is kind of the growth that we see each year in the program. It is unique in that early intervention. I can speak to my program, Multnomah Early Childhood, and we're going to send off probably close to 1,000 children here in June. 1,000 children are going to exit the program, and then by the time we come back next year, we will add all 1,000 of those children back plus each year. So what this graph shows you is just how the programs grow during the year, and then we do have year-to-year growth. And we are kind of back to a more typical expectation of 3 to 5% growth each year, which of course was impacted by COVID in 2020, but we are now seeing a more typical expectation of growth from year to year for children receiving services. One of the things that we are very, very proud of as a council and myself as just a provider of early intervention is when we look at where are children receiving their special education services, we can see that over the past few years in the state of Oregon, we have made exceptional growth of where we are having children receive those services in typical inclusive early childhood settings. So these are children who are receiving their services in a pre-K program, a community preschool, mom and pop childcare, wherever it might be that parents opt to have that child attend. And you can see we've made some significant growth over the last few years, and I'm very proud of that as a program in general. And then I think we're going to talk a little bit about service levels. I will just kind of go over this briefly. Again, we do just try to ensure that everyone understands what are considered our adequate service levels for these programs. And you will notice there are no times necessarily attached to the services with the exception of the preschool levels. But for early intervention, it is a weekly visit. And typically when we're talking about birth to 3, that is often in the home, maybe in a childcare or a preschool if that's what the parents and families need. And then we move to early childhood special education. Again, we're looking at those service levels being a weekly visit from some early childhood special education type specialist, be that a teacher, speech pathologist, occupational therapist, or physical therapist. One thing I will note is the levels of service that you see here, in particular the preschool hours. These have not been updated in a very long time, and I think this council would recognize that 12 hours a week for any child is really a very low level of service. We are currently, the legislature, and I'm here in Salem to talk about it today. We are looking to have these hours kind of re-examined to more reflect what we know is a kind of needed for children at all levels or preschool. We always do include kind of how many children are actually receiving those adequate service levels. And as you can see, we made some significant gains. And then over the last year, I'm sure it's not a surprise, but with funding kind of being what it is, we have dipped a little bit from last year to the current year. But again, hoping to see those numbers rebound.
So Kevin, this is Sue. Can I ask you a question about this slide?
Yes.
So receiving adequate service levels. So that means they've been, their need for service has been evaluated, and those who were assessed and said they only need a low service level, 78% of those received it.
Yeah.
As opposed to that's all the service that was available, whether they needed a higher level of service or not.
I'm confused by the question, so I'm just trying
Okay,
to.
sorry.
So yeah, no, I mean the service levels here indicate so a child with a low identified with a low level of need, typically a child who is eligible, maybe for example, under communication disorder or something similar, where you'd recommend the service level would be a weekly visit from a specialist. Then when you get into the moderate and high level need, it starts to include those preschool hours. So a minimum of 12 hours a week or 3 times a week of preschool for children in moderate, and then higher being 15 hours or more per week, along with the special education component. Does that answer your question, Sue?
Yes, I think so. And I may be the only one who's confused about this. So if you look at the high level, 20%, does that mean only 20% of children who were assessed needed the high level?
Correct.
No, so actually, if I can just step in for a moment,
Go ahead,
it means
Karen.
that only 20% of the students who experience what we would determine to be a high level of need are receiving the adequate service level.
Okay, that's what I thought this slide,
Yeah.
and that's true for each of these, Kara.
Yeah, so that's showing you how many how many children in each of these categories is receiving what we determine to be an adequate level of service, which Kevin talked about in the previous slide. So if you're seeing that 78% are at least getting those services that Kevin talked about in that previous slide, 54% for moderate, and then for our highest need students, the 20% is accurate, that only 20% receive that level of service that's prescribed in our adequate service level.
And of the 26, of the students that you serve, what are most of them in the low?
Most of them tend to be in the lower category, yes.
Okay.
And Sue, I know folks can't see, but I do want to just call out that both Liz and Peter have their hands up as well.
Yeah,
So.
I saw them. And I do have to step away at 1 o'clock. I am in Salem and I am giving testimony today.
Okay. So I guess we should hold our questions and hopefully Kara
I can stay and help with those. Yeah.
And help with those. And let's just finish up the slides then, Kevin. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Kara. We want to move ahead, and then if I can, I'll stay as long as I can. We always highlight some of the challenges, and I'm sure it comes as no surprise to this council that in particular, one of those areas where we struggle is getting that equitable access to those inclusive preschool placements. So again, those children with higher needs, it can be very challenging to find preschools that are willing to have those children attend for the recommended 15 hours a week. We, like other programs, have faced workforce shortages, particularly in some of those harder to hire areas like speech pathology or occupational or physical therapy. Someone with those credentials can go into the medical field and, as opposed to educational, so they have choices. And then, as you all know, there are shortages just in early learning across the state. And we do see geographic variance across the state where, in Multnomah County, where we have preschool for all and we have lots of opportunities for children to attend preschools, we do not have those same opportunities out in Eastern Oregon or even in Central Oregon. Moving forward, Daisy and her mom's story. So I can probably stay for a couple minutes. This is, and again, I will, I'd probably stay about 2 minutes. I'm a huge proponent for inclusion, in case anyone was wondering. It's why I work for Multnomah Early Childhood Program. It is one of the things that my particular area has really embraced and supports. So Liz, I think you were waiting.
Yeah, so I had a question related to the service level. Well, kind of two parts. The first part on the preschool access, are we talking any kind of preschool, or are we talking they need to be like preschool promise level, or so basically
any
any
preschool?
regulated?
Yep. So if, for example, if a family gets into preschool in Multnomah County, which is what I can speak to the best, if they can get into a preschool for all site that has a high level of required hours, then we are and they are required to have MECP come in as being a part of preschool for all. Those children are going to meet that need at both the moderate and the high level for the recommended services.
And then relatedly on your graph where it's showing the moderate and high needs level, are you finding that gap? Is that access to preschool, or is that access to sort of special ed?
Well, I know from my program, I really can only speak to my program where we have been able to maintain the weekly level of service. So for MECP in particular, it's the access to the preschool hours that is the biggest challenge. And I think that's across the state, as Kara would agree with
That's
that.
accurate, Kevin. That's when we piece that out to see which of the parts of the adequate service level are the most difficult. It's definitely securing the preschool hours.
Okay. So Kevin, leave when you have to leave. We don't want you to be late for your hearing.
Yeah, I'm going to go downstairs and give some testimony. Subin, did you have a question, or are you just going to take over for me?
No, please no. But a comment of the governor's report subcommittee has met already, we're already preparing a draft for the next governor's report. And in addition to kind of putting some attention on Raise Up Oregon strategies and showing progress in those areas, another thing that happened is John Reeves was able to give a presentation on the Every Child Belongs program. And the governor's report subcommittee felt like that should be an important theme for next year, is making sure that we talk about this interagency and cross-sectional group of or EIECSE convening with mental health professionals and so on and so forth. So, yeah.
I'm going to go downstairs so I can get my spot.
Thanks, Kevin. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hope it goes well.
Yeah.
Yes, Marie.
Hi, thanks, Kara. I guess this will be for you. I too have a question on the adequate service levels graph. And I wonder if you all are only being able to provide that percentage of the adequate service level to the student that falls within that category. How is the student receiving the rest of the services they need? Is that an expectation of the caregiver by which they are in care of? How is that working?
No, I thank you for that. I welcome the opportunity to explain a little bit about the adequate service level. So there are two kind of drivers of special education, right? There's the actual individualized family service plan team that comes together and creates a plan for the child and family that includes goals for that child and family. The adequate service level is actually, it's a metric established by the state based on a request from our, years ago, the legislature asked us to develop the adequate service level in 2009 to more accurately be able to describe the kind of funding that is needed by EIECSE to provide at least an adequate level of service. But I do want to make it clear that when the IFSP teams come together and they design those goals for the children and family, those goals are met. The adequate service level is just another way for us to be able to identify what may look like an adequate level of service for a student. So it is important to clarify that maybe every child who is identified in that ECSE high area may not necessarily have it in their IFSP goals to attend preschool, or may not have it in their goals. And so we have to accept that those children, right, are not, we're not going to hold that standard. So it's an imperfect system, really, to measure, but it's the best thing that we have to kind of get a global understanding. But to address your question, if we do have a child who is identified in that high category and that child needs and maybe 15 hours of preschool a week, and the IFSP team has agreed or has determined that that level of preschool service is needed. If they are not able to find that existing preschool opportunity in their community, then our ECSE programs are sometimes in the position of standing up their own preschool classrooms. It's something that we don't ECSE should not necessarily be a place. It should be a service and support. So we are trying our best to not be creating those classrooms, but sometimes in the absence of available community placements, we do stand those things up. So Marie, we would ensure that children are getting the services and supports that they need if that's identified on their IFSP.
And yet it shows only 20% are getting that care.
Are getting the adequate service level. Correct.
So, okay, so I'm confused because then you're not standing up lots of different classrooms to serve the other 80%.
So, right. So we are finding alternative options for serving those kids. And that could be through, as Marie talked about, through providing supports to their child care provider, providing supports to their families in the home. The IFSP team would be kind of working on identifying the goals for that child and family that may come in lieu of a preschool placement.
Okay, thank you. Peg?
Thanks. First of all, I've been involved with kids who are involved with EI and ECSE for countless years. Excuse me, and have served on the local interagency coordinating council for a long time as well. And it has been life-changing for some families, to the point that I've had families that were so disappointed when they started public school because the early programs had been so supportive of the families, and that's oftentimes missing in the IEP process, that because it is just about the kid then and not about the family. Mm-hmm. And I realize that funding is a huge challenge for early childhood special education, and has been for probably the last 10 years, in my experience, when service levels really changed. And, that combined with workforce shortages and so forth, and then COVID, that was a huge hit. I guess all of those are just comments, but it's concerning to me that this really vulnerable population is not getting funded. And so consequently, we realize that everybody working with those kids wants to provide those services, but it is a huge disservice to those kids and families, and puts them at such a disadvantage when they start public school. The other thing that I'm wondering about is the eligibility requirements, because some of these kids, it's very obvious with my experience and training that those kids need extra help, And they're not getting that help until they go to public school because they're not eligible for services for ECSE services. And then the whole process with the public schools takes another year or 2 years. So kids are halfway through first grade before they are getting any kind of special services. And I don't necessarily expect you to have a solution to that, but I feel better sort of venting.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Peg. I think we all appreciate your years of experience in this world, and just giving that perspective on this is really valuable. Peter.
It's a very accurate perspective too, Peg. I feel a sense of responsibility here because in 2009, that was my first year in Ways and Means, and I'm the one who asked for the adequate service level to be determined because I couldn't figure out how to keep the programs alive. We were in budget cut mode, and there was no data to really go from to say how much is needed, and it was meant to be just adequate, just for temporarily, until we could start building a program and then start to look at something like what's an excellent service level that we could shoot for. So adequate has remained on here now for 16 years, unfortunately. And I think maybe we need to change that, the way that we refer to it, because it's not adequate. It's not enough. It's not enough services for kids. And then the workforce issue obviously is throughout this, the slides presented it, but obviously it's a huge workforce issue. And I think as a council, one thing that we need to do is kind of raise awareness of early intervention, early child special education, because just not enough people know what it is. It's a little over 15,000 kids in our state. So, that's, at tops, that's 15,000 families in our state. We need to find a way to raise awareness. The more people, when people do understand it, they're much more supportive of it. I think just the initials ECSE confuse the hell out of legislators, and they don't even listen after that because they don't know what it is, so.
Thank you, Peter. And thanks for at least getting the data collected 16 years ago. I appreciate that as a beginning point. All right, Council, we need to move ahead with our rules part of our agenda. So I'm sure we could keep Kara online longer, but thank you, Kara, for being with us earlier and then also joining us this afternoon, and for all of the great work you're doing. I know you are one of the primary advocates, and you are one of the ones who really raises awareness of the needs of these kids. So thank you. All right. Thanks, Subin. Appreciate your involvement in the SICC. And I think just keeping the council informed in, the months ahead would be a great service. So thanks. Let's turn now to the rules. We get to hear about the hub rules, and we get to actually adopt some outdoor nature-based childcare rules.
Yeah, and so I'd love to kind of just frame that up. So council, we'll start things off with a presentation and notice around the early learning hub rule set. So Maria and Nancy are here to really kind of just dig into that. And then Abby and Alicia are back. We've heard from them before on the outdoor nature-based rule set. And then, so that is the rule set that you all will be voting on after the early learning hub presentation.
And just to remind us, the hub rules will come to us in June for actual approval. So this is a precursor. All right. So Nancy or Maria, not sure who's going to kick us off.
I can get us started. I'm Nancy Howd, Early Learning Hub Coordinator with the Community Systems team at DELC. And I can share a little bit of framing that the rules for hubs haven't received a thorough review or revisions since they were drafted 10 years ago. So we are really pleased to be moving forward with this process. Our aim is to modernize, clarify, and enhance the rules that govern early learning hubs. We want the updated rules to reflect current best practice, legislative mandates, and operational realities. Next slide, Gabby. Thank you. Because there are many rules to update and propose, our approach is to do this in phases. So for phase 1, we'll update 4 existing rules: purpose and scope, definitions, early learning hub functions, and administration of early learning kindergarten readiness partnership and innovation program, or KPI. And we'll also propose 5 new rules addressing administration, backbone entity structure, early learning hub governance structure, early learning hub director role, and data collection and reporting. Next slide. For future phases, this will give us an opportunity to make further clarifications and edits on phase 1 rules. So we are excited that we'll be able to loop back once we start future phases and make any corrections that might be needed. For future phases, we will also update the current rule selection criteria for hub contracts. And then we'll be drafting new rules, including early learning hub funding allocations, development of community plan, coordination of eligibility for early learning programs, childcare partnerships and support, monitoring and evaluation, and family voice and communication. Next slide, please, Gabby. Thank you. So here is our rulemaking timeline. You can see that the rules process started in December, and we convened rule overviews for both hub directors and backbone entities. On April 1st, the public comment period opens. We have 3 scheduled RAC meetings in April and early May. And in addition, we will host 2 public feedback sessions and a public hearing in mid-May. Public comment closes May 31st. And finally, the council will vote on the rules at the end of June. If rules are adopted, they will go into effect October 1st to align with the Early Learning Hub grant agreement. And with that, I'll pass it along to Maria Mendoza.
Thanks, Nancy. Thank you, Council. Maria Mendoza, Early Learning Hub Coordinator, also with the Community Systems team. I am thrilled to talk about our Rules Advisory Committee. We had a great amount of applications submitted. We had over 63 people submit RAC applications, which is amazing. And I think just a huge thank you to our hub directors and everyone who helped get the word out. We had a really great, diverse applicant pool. We had English and Spanish speaking applicants, tribal representation, and we had 14 out of 16 regions that had applicants submit applications. And we have diverse voices from different groups within the early learning system that are going to be represented. We have submitted and notified those who were selected, and we will be posting that soon as we get confirmation that they are able to join us. And so we're really thrilled about the level of engagement that we got with our Rules Advisory Committee. And due to the large amount of applicants, we were able to expand the RAC size from 15 to 20 members. And also this is what prompted us to also add those additional public feedback sessions so that we could still have an opportunity for everyone to feel that they were able to have their voice heard. And so the RAC list will be finalized around March 28th, and that's the deadline we gave our applicants to get back to us, and we will have the list posted on our DELC website soon. Next slide, please. Engagement, as many of you know, we had over a year-long engagement process with the BUILD initiative. This included hub directors, us as hub coordinators, DELC leadership, and members from the Early Learning Council, where we had monthly meetings that were facilitated by Build starting in January 2024. This really had us focus on hub roles, infrastructure, and the DELC support that was needed for early learning hubs. And then this culminated in the document that we were able to present last June, which was the roles all early learning hubs share. And so then this really prompted us to really take a good look and say that we really needed to update the rules to have the work from this process reflected. And further engagement that we've led 2 engagement sessions, one in February for our hub directors, and one right now in March that we had just recently with backbone entities. So we were able to get really great feedback from both and are eager to kind of dig in and see what are the changes that we can make, and just also still gathering some internal feedback as well, making sure that we get it right. Next slide, please. We're going to jump into just doing a quick summary about the changes or rules that we're going to be touching on, and I will get us started with purpose and scope. So this rule clarifies DELC's authority in administering the Early Learning Hub system. It establishes a framework for collaboration across sectors to implement Raise Up Oregon and Hub Agreement goals, and ensures equitable, family-centered early childhood services. The scope includes governance, operational and fiscal roles of hubs, and their relationship with backbone agencies. Next slide, please. We are also touching on definitions, which key definitions have been updated and expanded to include terms like autonomous authority, backbone entity, and priority populations. The definition of at-risk now explicitly includes systemic and individual racism or discrimination as factors affecting child well-being. The rule also defines the Governance Council's independent decision-making authority over funding and strategic direction. Next slide, please.
And I can provide a summary of Early Learning Hub functions rule. Previously, this rule established hubs as regional conveners to align early childhood services. The revision formalizes a requirement for hubs to coordinate across 6 core sectors, conduct regional assessments, and publicly report governance and budget decisions. And the rule strengthens the role of the Governance Council in investment decision-making and emphasizes equity-driven service delivery to close opportunity gaps. Next slide, Gabby. For administration, this rule specifies that the department administers all grant agreements, ensuring compliance with program guidelines and fiscal oversight. It reinforces the Governance Council's exclusive authority over hub investments as written in the grant agreement, and outlines enforcement measures for noncompliance, including corrective actions or funding reductions. Hubs may use additional funding sources, but department funds must be allocated in alignment with regional priorities. Next slide, please. For the backbone entity structure rule, this rule defines backbone entities as administrative and fiscal support providers, and it clarifies their role in funding decisions. It establishes requirements for financial transparency, auditing compliance, and fiscal independence from department funding. It caps administrative overhead costs and mandates conflict of interest policies. Next slide. Early Learning Hub governance structure. So this rule expands the Governance Council membership to include health, education, human services, housing, business, parent caregiver representatives, and tribal representatives. It formalizes Governance Council's authority over investments as outlined in the grant agreement, requiring bylaws that ensure transparency and dispute resolution. It introduces a process for Governance Councils to request a transition of the backbone entity if confidence is lost. Pass it along to Maria.
Next, we have the Early Learning Hub Director role. So this one states that the Hub Director leads regional system coordination and ensures alignment with Raise Up Oregon. While employed by the backbone entity for administrative purposes, the director must independently oversee hub fiscal transparency, community partnerships, and strategic initiatives. It expands responsibilities to include continuous monitoring of hub effectiveness and equity and service delivery while addressing the needs of the region's priority population. Next slide, please. Next, we have data collection and reporting. This one requires hubs to use department-approved data collection tools to ensure accuracy and consistency, and mandates that data be used for strategic planning, continuous improvement, and measuring child and family outcomes. It strengthens confidentiality protections for family and child-level data in compliance with applicable regulations. Next slide, please. And we also have our Administration of Early Learning Kindergarten Readiness Partnership and Innovation. So this clarifies that KPI funding must enhance early learning and K-12 alignment, support family engagement, and improve school readiness for priority populations. It reinforces financial accountability by mandating that KPI funds be tracked separately and used solely for designated program purposes. And one thing to note is that we are also moving this rule set from the 800 division over to the 900 hub rule set division. Next slide, please. Any questions for us that we could look to answer? We know we had a lot in there. Peter.
This is probably really picky, but on this slide on the hub director's rules, priority population was singular, and on the other one of this priority populations, and my understanding is that every hub has multiple priority populations, so just wanted to be picky about that on the hub director's rule.
Thank you.
Put in as a single. Thanks.
Good catch, Peter. Yeah, Katie.
Would you mind going back to that last slide you were showing? To track separately. I was trying to absorb this. So KPI funding enhance early learning. Just financial accountability by mandating KPI funds are being tracked separately. Just actually say I want to understand it a little bit better. What is it fixing?
I think it's simply reinforcing that they're currently doing that, but I think we just wanted to enroll as well, where in currently in our quarterly reports, they are tracked separately. For a lot of our funds, they are able to track it and do the blending and braiding, and we're actually moving some of our funding to be part of that bigger system coordination funding source where they can look to blend and braid a little bit more. But for KPI, we're looking to ensure that it's still tracked separately since it's its own funding source.
And that wasn't obviously in the rules. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Gabby, will you go back to the data slide? Yes. So department approved data collection tools. I mean, the council has talked about data a lot, right? And mostly the fact that we don't have much, or we're looking for a lot more than we have. So I'm not asking for suggesting a change in the wording of that, but I think to the extent you can make sure that the hubs are involved in those discussions, figuring out what are the data collection tools that either have been effective, that they have, that maybe locally that the department hasn't approved, but they're working. So I just want to make sure there's a lot of hub input into figuring out what those data collection tools are or should be.
Absolutely. I think we're really eager. I think that's an area that Nancy and I have been really eager to dive into a little bit more, knowing that currently we are doing an overhaul of our quarterly reports and looking to kind of zoom out a little bit more, because I think historically we've looked at it really programmatically and not looking at the system level data that we could really be capturing from hubs, which I think is really the strong side of hubs and what they're tasked doing. So I think we are really in this process of making sure, but knowing that it's going to take a while for us to really get to that really great place of what we want. But we are absolutely collaborating with the hubs to make sure that we're getting it right and making sure that it's not going to be a burden in community to the hub directors And so there's going to be a lot of moving pieces for that, but definitely in collaboration with the hubs. Absolutely.
Thanks, Maria. And I don't remember, do you guys have a work group specifically focused on data collection?
We actually have a work group focused right now on the quarterly report, so that they can provide all of that input on, what they can collect and how they see it and how we can share it. So I can imagine that that could be repurposed as we start gathering more information about data collection and best practices.
Yeah, Nancy. Marie.
Yeah, sorry, Sue. I guess I was going to make a comment similar to yours around data. And it seems that there's maybe a level of data of which you can do right now based on the systems, but it may not be the Cadillac, so to speak, of what you'd like to do. And always keeping in mind that, I think as we look to influence projects and policies and decisions, like data is where people go to take a look at, how to move the system and what to do. So I would just say, like, keep your eye on the Cadillac, and if there's needs along data, we'd love to know about them so we can, help put emphasis on the need for that increased and more robust data collection.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Marie. Good comments. I guess one other question I had, you mentioned that you had I don't know if you called it a feedback session, but some conversation with Backbone representatives. I'd be curious in knowing what were some of the highlights of that conversation.
I think overall we did hear that they felt there was like a shift, and I think there's some clarifying that we can do internally where it felt like there was like a big shift to giving more power to the governance council. But I think for us, we really see it that was the original intent of governance councils, where governance councils currently the language does sit in grant agreements where it says that they have autonomous authority, but I don't know that messaging was clear for all Backbone entities. And so in rule, we did make it clear in a number of rule sets. But I think that was the biggest feedback that we received, that felt a little bit like, how do we come to resolution between the two things, and them feeling like it was a drastic shift. And so I think we want to make sure that there is still going to be a collaborative process, and we hope to see that, but we are taking a look and seeing how can we shift that language to make sure that is clear, that was the original intent, and that is the language that is currently in the grant agreement, but making sure that Backbone entities' voices are heard in that feedback. Where did we go a little heavy-handed with that language, and how can we update that?
Awesome.
I will say they also shared that they appreciated the opportunity to walk through the rules with us and provide their feedback. And it I think was the beginning of perhaps more relationship building with our Backbone partners. So it felt like it was a good session, though there were some concerns as well.
And is there specifically a Backbone slot on the RAC?
There is, and we did have one was selected, and so they will be. We're waiting for confirmation from them, but we did have a Backbone entity selected representative.
Awesome. So will you send out to the council members, or Gabby can send it out, the RAC membership once it's finalized?
Sure thing.
Yes, and it'll be posted on the rulemaking website, so we can certainly share that.
Thank you. I was just going to note that, Nancy. Yeah, that's public information, so it'll be on our website.
Okay, but we don't always check the website every day, so.
Yeah, no, understood.
I don't. I should speak for myself. So that'd be great. Thank you. Other questions from council members? Okay, we're very excited about this process. We know it's been a long time coming, 10 years. But great timing for an update. And we appreciate the support that Build has given this whole project for really for 2 years in trying to get us to this point. So that's awesome. Marie.
Sorry, Sue, one more thought. I did hear, Maria, that you said, knowing that you increased the number of folks on the rack to 20 with 63 people interested. I don't know if that's typical. That seems like a lot of interest for you all. And I heard you say that you would have some additional times for people to come give their thoughts and feedback, but I didn't know if there were any other avenues or ways in which people could provide feedback who don't get selected, whether that's a email or written to you or to the DELC, or if there are different ways to sort of garner that, or if they have to be present at your open meetings.
I'm happy to share that, Marie and Nancy. Yeah, and Marie, I can send out a link and to everyone on the council as well that kind of just points to. So we have a forum, but we also have an email as well for folks if they want to submit written comment. And then there's going to be, I believe, 2 just public feedback sessions at different times, and then in addition, a public hearing as well. So it's basically going to be 3 times that folks are able to really just join, provide some verbal feedback via Zoom, or we do have that written feedback option as well through several different avenues, whether it's just the form or via email.
That would be great if you could share it, and then I presume you'll send it to the 43 plus people who didn't get selected too.
Yeah.
That's correct. And we also had help from communications to create a flyer that's outlining all the different opportunities to provide feedback. And so we'll be sharing that with our hub directors who can get that out into their network.
Sounds great. All right. Thank you, Nancy and Maria. We really appreciate what you're doing to move this forward. We're looking forward to June. Sure you are too.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. All right, then we will move to proposal to adopt some rules, and I'll turn it over to Alicia and Abby. Welcome back, you guys. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. Everyone can hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. All right. So, good afternoon, Chair Miller and fellow council members. My name is Abby Strom, and I am an operations and policy analyst with the Child Care Licensing Division here at DELC. And today will be our 3rd and final presentation regarding the rules for outdoor nature-based childcare. We will give an update and response to the public engagement that has occurred since we last spoke, and as well as presenting 2 rule sets for adoption today. One will be the health and safety regulations for outdoor nature-based programs. And we are also proposing amendments to the general rules for all childcare facilities to reflect the addition of outdoor nature-based childcare programs within that rule set. Next slide. So I just wanted to provide some kind of outdoor nature-based fast facts. During the 2023 legislative session, House Bill 2717 passed and required DELC to create a pathway for licensing childcare programs that exclusively serve children in outdoor settings. The statute requires DELC begin license these programs in July of 2025. This piece of legislation was brought forth by advocacy groups and practitioners who wanted to be able to offer more hours of care and access other resources that licensing can offer. According to the Outdoor Early Learning Alliance of Oregon, which is an outdoor preschool advocacy group, there are roughly 38 self-identified outdoor nature-based programs in operation across Oregon. Some operating exclusively outdoors, while others may utilize some indoor space. Currently, outdoor nature-based programs may only operate under an exempt status, such as a recorded program, which limits the time children can spend in these programs. And that in turn really limits families that can access this type of care that to those that do not need full-time care for their child. Creating a pathway for licensing increases access to outdoor nature-based programs to children and families across Oregon. And just as a reminder, licensing will be optional for these programs, and they may continue to operate under existing limitations if they choose to remain unlicensed. For the purposes of licensing, a certified outdoor nature-based program may serve children preschool age, so 3 years old, through school age, so through age 12. They must provide care in an outdoor settings and utilize a philosophy where nature is central to children's learning and development. And Oregon is really leading the way on this, as Oregon is one of only 4 states that will license outdoor nature-based childcare programs. Okay, next slide. Just to review our rulemaking timeline, in January of 2025, DELC presented the council with information on our engagement activities that we had conducted, as well as the rule content. Today, we will present a recap of those engagement activities, including the Rule-Making Advisory Committee, which had concluded in mid-February. And though the rules are proposed today for adoption, they will not go into effect until July 1 of 2025. And at that time, outdoor nature-based programs may begin the licensing process. Next slide. I just want to say that there was a lot of research and work and collaboration that went into the development of these rules. We used various resources. Primarily, we used the existing regulatory code from Washington State's outdoor nature-based programs. Washington's administrative code was developed as a result of a 5-year pilot and also extensive research that they had completed. Our Washington licensing partners continue to provide ongoing consultation through the development of these rules and on into implementation. We also then cross-walked the rules with the existing rules for Oregon childcare facilities, ensuring compliance with CCDF and consistency across all license types. We partnered with advocacy groups, subject matter experts, and engaged with practitioners of this type of care. And our field staff visited outdoor nature-based programs in both Oregon and Washington. And finally, we did extensive consultation with other state agencies, including the Office of the State Fire Marshal, Oregon Health Authority, state parks, and the Department of Environmental Quality. Next slide. So we held both a community work group and a rule-making advisory committee. The work group was held in April and May and consisted of 12 individuals who represented outdoor learning practitioners, community advocates, and subject matter experts. Areas of rules around definitions, staff qualifications, the benefit risk assessment, capacity, and staff to child ratios were several of the topics that were discussed. We worked to incorporate their feedback into the draft rule language that was presented to the Rulemaking Advisory Committee that was held earlier this year. The Outdoor Nature-Based RAC had 15 participants from across the state, including coastal, eastern, and rural parts of Oregon, practitioners, advocates, subject matter experts, and DELC partners, as well as a representative from the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sislaw Indians were also present. The outdoor nature-based rules were reviewed in their entirety during the RAC, as well as the amendments to the general rules for all childcare facilities. Next slide. So this slide shows the names and affiliation of those who participated in the RAC, and we would just like to thank those who participated and who provided us with thoughtful feedback for consideration. Next slide. During the feedback, we received generally positive feedback, including that the rules really reflected the unique aspects of outdoor nature-based programs, and they appreciated the flexibility in meeting licensing requirements while really maintaining the focus on child health and safety while they're in these environments. RAC participants did identify rules that needed further clarification, And specifically, adjustments were made to clarify language around risky play activities, including water play, instructional support as children advance to more complex or risky play activities, that really emphasizing that scaffolding piece to this. And then also some changes were made to plant foraging. Updates were made to emergency planning to allow for flexibility in the program's response to specific emergencies while maintaining, again, the focus on child health and safety. Notifications to both parents and DELC were updated to eliminate some redundancies and also included the parent notification of a child's exposure to poisonous plants. DELC did receive one piece of public comment during the public comment period. No changes were made based on that piece of public comment, and you can review a complete response to that piece of written public comment in the early learning packet. Okay, next slide. So in addition to the health and safety rules for outdoor nature-based childcare programs, we are also proposing amendments to the general rules for all childcare facilities. As this is a new license type, references to outdoor nature-based programs in both name and division number must be added to the general rules for all childcare facilities. Many of the rules within this division apply to all types of licensed childcare. The rules relate to DELC's processes relating to complaints, investigations, as well as unlawful care. Rules also address operating hours for programs, as well as legal representation at hearings. These rules were originally adopted by the Early Learning Council in December of 2023, and today we are proposing amendments to this division to include references to outdoor nature-based programs and the Division 320. Next slide. These specifically are the rules that we are proposing amendments to, which includes adding certified outdoor nature-based childcare programs to the list of facility types that this rule set applies to. Also adding outdoor nature-based programs to the definition of childcare facility and the definition of license. And it references outdoor nature-based programs as a facility type that DELC may investigate allegations of non-compliance with rules and regulations. Slide. So with the adoption today, DELC will transition into implementation. New forms and guidance documents will be created, and DELC will work with partner organizations as well as other DELC divisions to prepare them for questions that may come from prospective outdoor nature-based programs, ensuring access to the resources provided to other licensed programs. We will have to make updates to our internal database to include references and information about outdoor nature-based programs. And just as this is a brand new type of licensing, our licensing staff and practitioners or those interested in licensing an outdoor nature-based program will really work together to implement these new rules. We will be tracking and noting challenges and barriers, as well as what's working well to hopefully inform future policy and rule changes. That's all I had. So are there any questions?
Any questions? I'm gonna get Peter to do a motion. Any questions from council members? We've heard most of this before. Obviously, a lot of staff time has gone into this work over the last, what, year, Abby? Seems like.
I think 15 months, roughly.
Yeah, right, but who's counting? But I think it's exciting that it's the providers who've asked DELC and Alicia and her staff to do this work and to bring this rule set before us. So it's a very responsive kind of action. Any other comments or questions? If not, yeah.
Sorry, Sue, I do have one question. Sorry.
Yes.
directly. I just wondered, you talked about collecting feedback from folks on this new licensing program. I just wondered if you had a vehicle already designed and intent to collect feedback for future changes, or if that's to be determined.
I can jump in with that to answer that. Alicia Gardner, CCLD Director. Hi, everybody. Marie, so we don't anticipate like a large wave of individuals who are pursuing this license type. As Abby noted, there's under 50, under 45 of these programs who self-identify as outdoor nature-based programs. Within that number, we happen to know that there are programs who are already holding a childcare license of another type. So our best guess at this time is really based off of what Washington has in their state in terms of the amount of programs that they've had and been able to license over the last 5-6 years, which adds up to 19 programs. So we anticipate that we're going to be able to collect feedback from them in a very close relationship knit manner, because it's going to be such a small cohort of programs that we're working with, as well as a small number of licensing specialists who are licensing these programs. And so our mechanism in on tracking and understanding really is going to be a little more grassroots than how we typically would approach like our thousands of licensed childcare providers, just because we anticipate the amount of programs within this rule set is going to be pretty small.
Thanks, Alicia. Okay, Gabby, if you'll put up on the screen the motion that the council needs to consider adopting.
Sue, I'm happy to make a motion without having to read all those numbers, which is great. So I move to adopt the proposed Oregon administrative rules as listed on the council's action request dated March 26, 2025.
Is there a second for that?
This is Liz. I'll second.
Great. Thank you, Liz. Peter, we were hoping to hear you read those numbers, just so you know.
Thank you.
Any discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion to adopt these rules, please say aye or hold your thumb up or whatever.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. All right. Go for it. Outdoor nature programs. This may get so popular that the number expands, Alicia, and all of a sudden it's big. Thanks, Abby, for all of the work that you and I know other staff have put into making this possible. It's exciting.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. All right, council. That ends our agenda, our presentations. Wow, a lot of exciting information this morning. I think, and I'd love to hear other sort of follow-ups that you all have. Certainly one very clear one was from housing and trying to see what kind of process, if any, how we put together a way to capture what Nicole Stein shared with us. And Katie, you may have some ideas on that. I know you've been very, very involved in helping that project move forward.
Yeah, and put some time into this to help do a white paper set of recommendations. I think there might be some legislative that come out of this, as well as some operational or licensure discussion. And I think that we'll need somebody who can help steer us, especially with the licensure and things that.
Katie, you're cutting out a lot. We're not hearing you.
Things that pertain. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Things that pertain to administration and oversight versus code. I think that, and in legislation, I think that I'm happy to help them, that we will need some expertise probably from Delk and others. Some sort of a white paper is what I would.
Okay, so Gabby, we can talk about this tomorrow morning in our follow-up call, but I think we'll definitely want to figure out what are some steps that can be taken, whether it's Delk or OHCS, or how we can put that together so we don't just drop this. Okay. Other comments or follow-up?
I have a comment. I love the co-location conversation, but I'm curious, and I wish I'd been able to stay on, if there's sort of a map of where these affordable housing developments are happening or where they currently exist, because my hint is that, you know, they're not reaching super rural communities, very small ones right now. I know Liz has mentioned a development in LeGrand, which is a rural town, but it's not a little tiny town where we know people are traveling 30, 40, 50, 60 miles to get to a service, right? So I'm curious what that looks like and what alternatives are in more rural, like very rural communities.
Okay, good question. Gabby, let's add that to our follow-up list. And that may be an OHCS question with Chelsea or Mitch. Other follow-up questions or ideas?
I don't have a follow-up, but maybe just feedback was that I felt the pacing of this meeting and the amount of give and take that the council got, I think we're getting much closer to feeling like we get to engage in the issue. So I just wanted to say kudos to Gabby and the whole team that put this together, because it felt much more meaningful to hear some real world examples, get grounding in policy, all of that kind of stuff. But it felt like we covered a lot, but had a lot of time to engage. So I just wanted to say kudos to the team for pulling all of this together.
And a nice lunch break too. That was good.
I know. We've never, ever had extra time with the directors, so we'll see what we learned from that. But thank you for that comment, Liz. You're right. A lot of time goes into planning these agendas. And speaking of which, obviously our next meeting is April 26th, I think is the date, 25th, maybe.
It's April 23rd.
23rd. Okay. So April 23rd, as you know, Council, we're alternating virtual and hybrid. So April will be a hybrid meeting again. So that means if you can get to Salem and want to go to Salem, that would be great. I'm assuming that there would be a, sort of optional no host dinner on the Tuesday night, the 22nd, before the council meeting. And then those of you who can get there and want to hang out and talk to some of your legislator friends before or after the council meets on Wednesday, be great timing too. We'll know a lot more about what bills are where by then. So might be a good time to meet with some of your own legislators. And I will not be at that meeting. And I've asked Liz if she would chair that meeting, and she very kindly said yes. So Liz will be running that. The topic for the meeting will be behavioral health. Obviously, it's another priority of the council. And panels have been put together with some Delk staff to talk about the Every Child Belongs, along with a RIMHA, a regional service provider, and then some other treatment programs we'll be presenting. So it'll be another important topic for the council. Marie.
Thanks, Sue. I just wanted to also appreciate today's topic. I know it's not totally squarely in ELC. I think it's in ELC, but maybe not squarely. It's so important though. And I sit on a number of housing teams, conversations in our region, and it's really, really hard to get housing built, in particular in rural. There's a host of issues we didn't even get to today around zoning and infrastructure and financing for developers and wetlands and Department of Land Conservation permitting. And I mean, like a host of issues that are underlying. But I think our opportunity to have Director Bell here to share how important it is for youth and for kids and families, and the emphasis that we all feel in the need to make sure we have housing in all communities around Oregon. I just appreciate the opportunity to sort of elevate the profile of it. We know it's an important issue, really critical, but in terms of like where it squarely fits with us, I'm not totally sure. But anyways, I just wanted to share that. I did make sure and point out that Director Bell is coming to the South Coast, which is a really big deal. And we hope that she's able to keep that engagement. And it's just really critical. We have not had housing development in Coos and Curry County, I mean, of any significance in 20, 30 years. So we have some big projects on the table and we need Director Bell's help.
Yeah. Thank you, Marie. I really appreciate that comment. And, it is one of the main values, I think, of the council is that we have 6 agencies involved. We're not DELC. And I think we have to keep reminding ourselves that, as well as reminding the rest of the world. Yes, DELC provides our staffing as well as build, but we're bigger than DELC. And it's all of those partners that our families need in order to be successful, or as Fair Board says, the well-being of families involves all of these supports. So, behavioral health, once again, most of it sits in OHA. So it's not really it's not DELC itself, but obviously there are lots of connections to DELC. So it's another example where one of our priorities is not really, mainly focused on by DELC, but some of our partners are really key in implementation. So that's who we are and really what makes us unique. And I guess just to finalize this, I want to share an email that I just got from the governor's office telling us that the governor has appointed a new early learning council member who will start, I guess, as of today or yesterday, maybe. Eric Hunter, who is the CEO of HealthShare. And I know he knows Peter. He's commented on that. And I don't know if you know Eric Peg or not, but it'll be great to have another connection, I think, in the healthcare sector. And Eric is very excited to be joining the council. So we will welcome him in April and really look forward to his input. So exciting. Okay, if there's nothing else, then we stand adjourned. And thanks everybody for being here, and have a great rest of this beautiful day. At least it's beautiful here.
Thanks, Evelyn. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.